Good morning. Happy Monday. It is straight up 5 a.m. and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Mostly cloudy, pretty darn windy. Get used to that. And we've got 57 degrees on Music Row, a full forecast, and a traffic report in just a few minutes. Here in Tennessee, members of a Louisiana-based volunteer water search and rescue group plan to stay in the Nashville area following the discovery of the body of college student Riley Strain 2 weeks after he went missing. The United Cajun Navy is vowing to help with the search for missing 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who disappeared in Sumner County in late February. The search for the missing children hits home for David Flagg. He's the National Director of Operations for the group.
I've lost a daughter myself several years ago, and it shatters your heart, especially when you can feel what that family is feeling.
Strain's body was discovered by Cumberland River barge workers on Friday, approximately 8 miles downriver from where he was last seen. In the Empire State, it's deadline day for former President Trump to secure a bond or risk enforcement of the nearly $500 million judgment imposed on him for a decade's worth of corporate fraud. New York Attorney General Letitia James, she could start collecting that money by seizing Mr. Trump's assets. ABC's legal contributor Cam Nowday is a former prosecutor for New York's Southern District.
First, she has to locate the assets, and she will go to court if she needs to get discovery about where those assets are. And second, she will get a court order to seize those assets.
Experts predict that the New York Attorney General will probably look to seize Mr. Trump's liquid assets first, meaning his bank accounts. 4 suspects in Friday's deadly attack on a concert hall in Moscow appeared in court this morning. One of the men claimed that he was paid 500,000 rubles. Well, that's more than it sounds like. Actually, it's not as much as it sounds like, to be honest. That's only about $5,400. All are said to be operatives of the terror group ISIS-K. Here's more from ABC's Derek Dennis.
Analysts say ISIS-K has grown stronger after the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021 when the terror group's enemy, the Taliban, seized power. They say ISIS-K has long been focused on targeting Russia for its interventions in Afghanistan, Chechnya, and Syria. The U.S. says it shared intelligence earlier this month about a planned terror attack in Moscow, but Russia's ambassador to the U.S. claims the Biden administration failed to pass along concrete information.
The death toll of the attack has now risen to 137 people. The market numbers report this morning brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. You can find them online at beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albinger with a wrap-up of last week's activity.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Stocks continue to push into record highs. The Nasdaq rose 27 points, closing at a new high, while the Dow snapped a 4-day winning streak, falling 305, and the S&P basically closed flat, down 7. Despite the losses, it was still the market's best week of the year. Maybe Reddit wasn't quite so ready to go public. The social media site retreated in its second day as a publicly traded company. It fell about 8%. Donald Trump is returning to the stock market. Shareholders of Digital World Acquisition Corporation, a publicly traded shell company, okayed a deal to merge with the former president's media business. That would allow Trump Media and Technology Group, which includes Truth Social, to begin trading on the Nasdaq in about a month. It could also provide some much-needed cash to the presumptive Republican presidential nominee, who needs to post a $500 million bond in his New York civil fraud case very soon.
Here are the futures ahead of this morning's opening bell. The Dow futures down 54, S&P 500 down 7, and NASDAQ down 37. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. There next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
5:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Welcome on in. It is Monday, March 25th. We've got Mason Fleming in for JB. Jay Harper is in for Ken Weaver, and here I am. And, man, there's a lot of news. Of course, you know what happened in Russia. Jay was just reporting on the latest numbers there. ISIS-K strikes Russia. So we have that story for you. Marco Rubio is now commenting on the fact that Donald Trump apparently is looking at Marco Rubio as a running mate, which on the one hand is absolutely shocking. When you go back, I mean, maybe some of you folks have forgotten the absolutely epic battles between Donald Trump and Marco Rubio. We're going to play some of the classic audio of the battles between, what is it? Little Marco and Small Hands Trump. Remember that whole thing? So details straight ahead on that and a whole lot more. Big victory, I would say, for Senator Bill Hagerty on the Senate floor over the weekend. A big victory for him because he was able to get Democrats on the record voting in favor of flying illegal aliens directly into our country. Senator Bill Hagerty, again, a big victory for the Republican Party. However, a horrific moment for our country. And so got a big illegal immigration update as well. Just a very busy morning here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So over the weekend, we found out more about who it was that struck that rock concert in Russia. It was, of course, ISIS-K, the Afghanistan arm of ISIS. Now, these are the same terrorists that struck the airport in Afghanistan, killing 13 of our service members and hundreds of others, of course, were hurt. You remember that. And this attack on the concert, the band is called Picnic, by the way. It's a Russian rock band. But the concert, it hadn't even started yet. And these guys run in and just start shooting people inside of the theater. And those victims, if you've seen the video, and they're all over social media, they had nowhere to go. And they were basically trapped. I think Jay reported 136, 137 people dead. I'm seeing other reports, 140 dead. Trying to confirm what exactly the number is. I will tell you that it is a lot. Now, one of the storylines that's out there this morning and over the weekend is that the United States warned Vladimir Putin that this was coming. Literally 3 days before the attack, and Putin basically blew off the warnings of America and said that the U.S. was being provocative in the warnings. And we even said, watch for concerts. They are at risk. This is from CNN, a U.S. intelligence official describing how American agencies learned about how a cell of ISIS based in Afghanistan was planning an attack in Moscow and shared the information with Russian officials. Putin, again, dismissing the alerts as an attempt to intimidate Russia. Putin also, I don't know, you keep up with Russian politics, but Putin just ran for re-election. And by the way, I'm air quoting the word election in Russia. And you know what part of his platform was? Keeping Russia safe. I kid you not. That was part of the big platform for Vladimir Putin, was keeping Russia safe, even though he completely blew off the warnings from America. Now, the Islamic State, as you know, this is an update on the news that we found out last weekend, of course, and Thursday, Friday as well. But the Islamic State claiming responsibility. Now, realize that when Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan the way that he did, now let's face it, that was a complete train wreck, as you know. We've been well documented that here on WTN, and it was a train wreck. And one of the things that I said, as Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, we all said that Afghanistan would become a terrorist training ground yet again. And now here we are on this March 25th, reminding you that that is exactly what has now happened. Marco Rubio was on. Speaking of Marco Rubio, he was making the rounds on the talk shows over the weekend, and this is what he said about Afghanistan becoming a terrorist training ground yet again.
Yeah, I mean, they've claimed responsibility. They were warned this was going to happen. Now, ISIS-K, ISIS-Khorasan, is largely the Afghan wing of ISIS. It's reconstituted itself, as we warned would happen when we had this disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. One of the reasons why we didn't want to withdraw precipitously is because You gave them operating space to reorganize themselves and plan externally. And since that time, they've attacked inside of Afghanistan. They're responsible for the Abbey Gate, the loss of 13 Americans, service people right outside the gate of the airport. They conducted an attack inside of Iran not too long ago, and now this one in Russia. And they'll do it here in the homeland. And I think we should be very concerned, as the FBI director confirmed to me, that there is a trafficking network out there that specializes in moving people. They do it for profit, moving people and migrants around the world, including across our southern border, who have links to ISIS. I think common sense tells you if they run a trafficking network of people, they would most certainly use it to move operatives into the United States. So I'm not claiming there's an imminent threat to the U.S., but I am saying that border situation and the existence of that network is a threat to the United States.
Yeah, he's right. Obviously, this is something that we've all been talking about. This hit was on Russia, but let's face it, our open borders have given tremendous opportunity to all of these various terrorist organizations. And remember, and he mentioned Christopher Wray, remember what Christopher Wray had to say about the terrorist organizations coming across our southern border. You've heard this before.
In just the past few weeks, multiple foreign terrorist organizations have called for attacks against Americans and the West.
Yeah, and this was back in October, and it's gotten even worse since then. This was right after Hamas attacked Israel.
Al-Qaeda issued its most specific call to attack the United States in the last 5 years. ISIS urged its followers to target Jewish communities in the United States and Europe. Hezbollah has publicly expressed its support for Hamas and threatened to attack U.S. interests in the Middle East.
So, yes, this was an attack on Russia. Iran has also been attacked. You've got Afghanistan that has been attacked. And Afghanistan itself has become that terrorist training ground. They've got the space, they've got the ability, and this is something that we all predicted. And there's several areas of concern here. As we listen to Christopher Wray from way back in October, you do have people coming across from various nations that clearly hate America. You've got Afghanistan, you've got Yemen, you've got Pakistan, you've got Venezuela, to name just a few. Oftentimes, these are fighting-age males. We have multiple terrorist organizations out there, but they have several things in common. They are radical Islamists. They hate and want to destroy America. They compete. So ISIS kills 140 or so in Russia. So how does Al-Qaeda or the Taliban outdo them? I guarantee you that's part of the conversation amongst these terrorist organizations right now. How do we compete and how do we outdo ISIS-K? Because that's what they want to do. They want to destroy America. They're radical Islamists, and they do compete. And ISIS-K is known as one of the more brutal terrorist organizations out there. It is 5:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. Thank you very much. It's going to be an interesting day today. Right now it is 57 degrees and going to be windy later on today. As a matter of fact, they're calling for high winds and also some storms, rain beginning about 9 o'clock tonight. And then it'll get interesting overnight, although there's no severe weather expected. And again, right now 57 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN, talking about a number of different things. You know, when you look at the terrorist attack in Russia at that rock concert, you think, okay, well, that's in Russia. But the reality is that just like every state here in America is a border state, every nation is at risk of terror attacks, whether it is, and of course, tell us something that we don't already know, Mandis. I do understand that it is a Captain Obvious moment. But the bigger question is, you know, that's in Russia. Okay, it's a horrible thing. Could this actually happen here? Well, of course it could. all you got to do, again, is look at our open border. Earlier, I was playing you audio from Christopher Wray, of course, the guy in charge of the FBI, and we have left our door wide open on both the southern and the northern border. Wray, back at the end of October, also said, yes, inspiration will be drawn from these terror attacks on various levels. Because remember, you had Hamas attacking Israel. Israel is now responding in kind, as they should, and as they should continue to do until Hamas is completely gone. But the big question is, what happens now that Russia has been attacked? Could this draw inspiration for other terror attacks here in America?
Here in the United States, our most immediate concern is that violent extremists, individuals or small groups, will draw inspiration from the events in the Middle East to carry out attacks against Americans going about their daily lives. That includes not just homegrown violent extremists inspired by a foreign terrorist organization, but also domestic violent extremists targeting Jewish or Muslim communities.
Right. So if you think that this is a story about Russia, it is, but it's about so much more. It's about what's going on right here in America. Wide open borders don't help our situation. Biden has left us vulnerable. Back to Marco Rubio.
They would love to do what they did in Moscow here inside the United States. And it's something we have to be very vigilant about when we have a border in which 9 million people have come across in the last 3 years.
Now, it wasn't immediately clear what happened to the attackers, but apparently now they have found the guys. You can find me on Twitter and X at Dan Mandis Show. And now the interrogation videos are up because I guess Russia did find these guys, and they are being interrogated. This is what it sounds like.
He offered me to do these deeds for money. What deeds exactly? To kill people. To kill who? Did they tell you who to kill? People. What people? Doesn't matter. Anyone you meet there, anyone you encounter, just enter the location and kill people? Yes.
All right, so and the guy is, on his knees or laying down. He's handcuffed, and there is this story, and I can do this at 5:19. This is not for the faint of heart. The headline is Russian forces torture Moscow terror suspect. This is what the Daily Mail is reporting. By hooking up his genitals to an 80-volt battery, leaving him foaming at the mouth. I'm just reporting the news.
Dan, there were actually photos of that on the Daily Mail website.
Was there really?
Yes. They had, certain things kind of blurred out, but nonetheless, there are photos showing the tactics that Russia is using on these people.
80-volt battery, right there where men are most vulnerable. By the way, did you also see, Jay, since you chimed in, did you also see, I don't know, is there video of this? They fed another one of these terrorists his own ear.
Yeah,
did you see that
his
one?
own ear. They show a photo of the guy with his ear all bandaged up and his face beat in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go. Now, I don't know. Here's the deal. I don't know how much of this is Russian propaganda, because the last thing that Vladimir Putin needs is to look weak. And by the way, just to put yet another button on this, Vladimir Putin, he cannot look weak to the people of Russia. So expect him to ramp up against Ukraine, because he needs to portray strength right now when everyone knows that he completely disregarded and ignored the warnings of America that this was about to happen. Again, saying, well, this is nothing but, a provocative statement by the United States. And so we have certainly not heard the last of this story. It is 5:22. Jay Harper in for Ken Weaver. Jay, what's coming up in the news at 5:30?
Yeah, Dan, a volunteer group here in Middle Tennessee, they're now in the search for that missing teen in Sumner County. And, of course, in the wake of these terror attacks we've been speaking of in Moscow, other European countries on high alert. And you've got some good news out there for UT men's basketball fans. We'll have those stories at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jay. You know, I cannot say enough good things about the Glock store in Nashville and their amazing Shoot 270 indoor ranges. Now, this is where I buy all my guns, all my ammo, and yes, it is where I train as well. And they do have those great indoor ranges. Also, an amazing showroom as well. You walk into the Glock store, it is massive, but that's not even close to what's at their website, glockstore.com. You browse, you buy, and then you pick up your purchase at the store. And remember, if you're upgrading your gun with a pyramid trigger, night sights, or perhaps other performance parts like I did, they are going to install them for free while you wait at the Glock store. The more you know about the Glock store, the more you realize it is actually your Glock superstore. And remember what I always say about the Glock store. For all things two-way, there is only one place to go, the Glock store. That's McGill's Glock store, just minutes from the airport and at glockstore.com. As close as your phone, tablet, or desktop computer, glockstore.com. 528. Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7. News with Jay Harper is coming up. By the way, programming alert. Pamela Furr was supposed to fill in 9 to 12 today, and over the weekend, she had a lot of events. She's had a lot going on. She, I think, overextended, shanked her knee a little bit, so she will not be able to come in. So between 9 and 12, it's going to be Mandis and Murphy. 9 to 10, it'll be, me. And then from 10 to 11, it's going to be M squared. Mandis and Murphy, or is that Murphy and Mandis? Whatever, we're going to be hosting together, and then from 11 to 12, Matt's going to pick up an additional hour. So, looking forward to all of that. It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is open. Please text 615-737-9986. Super Talk TV is also up along with the F&M Bank chat line. You can find that on YouTube and Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and also at 997WTN.com.
Good morning. It's 5:30. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Cloudy, windy, 57 degrees. A full forecast and traffic are on the way. Here in Tennessee, members of a Louisiana-based volunteer water search and rescue group plan to stay here in the Middle Tennessee area following the discovery of the body of college student Riley Strain 2 weeks after he went missing. The United Cajun Navy is vowing to help with the search for missing 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who disappeared in Sumner County in late February. The search for missing children hits home for David Flagg, the National Director of Operations for the group.
I've lost a daughter myself several years ago, and it shatters your heart, especially when you can feel what that family is feeling.
Strain's body was discovered by Cumberland River barge workers about 8 miles downriver from where he was last seen. 4 suspects in Friday's deadly attack on a concert hall in Moscow appeared in court this morning. One of the men claims he was paid about half a thousand of rubles. That's about $5,400 to carry out the attack. All are said to be operatives of the terror group ISIS-K. The attack already raising concerns in Europe. France raising its terror threat alert to its highest level, saying it took ISIS-K's claim of responsibility and general threats facing into the country into account. And in sports, number 2 seed Tennessee is going to be making its second straight trip to the Sweet 16 after getting past the number 7 seed Texas on Saturday night, 62-58. Volunteer head coach Rick Barnes.
Certainly hoping it. Seems like the lid's been on the basket for the last 2 weeks, and whether people believe it or not, I think we can shoot the ball. And if we can do that, it'll give us, obviously, chances. But we came here to win this tournament and these 4 teams, and we get a chance to move on.
This is the Vols' first Sweet 16 streak since the program made back-to-back trips in 2007 and 2008. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
5:36. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the Gang of Three Amigos. I'm Dan. Mason Fleming is in for JB. Jay Harper is in for Ken Weaver. You know, I try not to take it personally when those two both leave at the same time.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
You know,
like you've only been back for a short time. You'd think they'd stick around for a little bit.
You would think. But no. The boss comes back and everybody scatters.
Everybody splits.
It's fine. No problem at all.
No hard feelings.
No, none whatsoever. By the way, at this point, Mason, you can kill the music. Thank you, though.
I'm working on it. I kind of like it.
I appreciate you showing up.
I'm trying.
So is John out all week? Johnny's out all week,
JB
too?
is out Monday, Tuesday.
Oh, okay, because I'm in for Ken all week. So I didn't know if Johnny was the whole week, too.
Yep.
Right.
I got back, and everybody just decided to flee. Hey, by the way, did you guys see what happened to Kamala Harris?
No,
Vice President Kamala Harris?
Well, are you talking about her clapping fiasco?
She goes to Puerto Rico. And she comes out, and you know, they're clapping and doing all these things, and she is bobbing her head and clapping. She has no idea what they're saying. Well, apparently, this is what they say. Kamala Harris mindlessly dances to a song that was actually protesting her visit to U.S. colony of Puerto Rico. So then the best part is the aide comes over to Kamala and says to her in her ear that this is actually a song protesting your existence here, your visit to the colony. And so she awkwardly stops clapping, but continues to bob her head. The song's lyrics go, "We want to know, Kamala, what did you come here for? We want to know what you think of the colony." Now, I'm trying to figure out, okay, so who thought it would be a good job to have these people when the U.S. vice president visits? Who thought it would be a good idea to have them playing this little protest song? And then, of course, nobody tells Harris what they're saying, and so she is clapping and bobbing her head.
At least she was kind of on beat. Not dragging or anything, but
yeah, I didn't pick up on that part, but
that's the only part I found entertaining was her trying to keep it long.
I actually find that kind of funny. You know, I mean, she apparently they don't like her in Puerto Rico much, and of course we all know that she's not real popular here in America. She who do you think is more awkward? I'm going to give you. I want the super texters to chime in too. Who is more awkward, Kamala, Biden, or Corinne Jean-Pierre? And who is more infuriating? Because to me, I think they're all like equally as horrific, but entertaining to watch and to comment on. I mean, God help us if Biden is reelected for another 4 years. But, you know, there's going to be plenty of talk show material. You know, small consolation, but still. I don't know. Jay, what do you say?
Well, I tell you, Jean-Pierre, I will give her this, regardless of the, stuff that comes out of her mouth. She is still an articulate, well-spoken spokesperson.
In other words, you're saying that she lies really well?
Yeah. Okay. But, Harris and Biden, I mean, they're off on another planet half the time. But at least Jean-Pierre, again, she articulates their warped views rather well.
It is infuriating, though, when that's why I've kind of sort of stopped even playing a lot of audio from her, because those press conferences, they've just turned into perpetual lies.
Yeah, her talking about the Republicans, it's all their fault that the El Paso was stormed by those 100 migrants. And, and you just sit there incredulous, like, lady,
how dumb do you think we are?
Nonsense.
That's exactly right. Oh, speaking of a nonsense, this is the kind of stuff that happens behind the scenes on Nashville's Morning News. And I will be the one to admit that I did start the conversation with Mason. So I said to Mason after, Jay, you and I were talking about how the Russians have forced one of these ISIS suspects to eat his own ear in the interrogation process. And of course, Mason, who was it that actually asked the question, what do you think a human ear tastes like?
That was volleyed by you, for sure. But I followed up with the fact that people do technically eat pig ears.
People do eat pig ears, but see, pig ears are a little more floppy.
Yeah, just
so those
a
are
little
probably
bit, but I mean,
easier to eat. I would think that with all the cartilage in the ear, it's probably a little, difficult to eat, except that part where they ladies put the men too, put the earrings in. So I don't know.
Yeah, the metal a little harder
called
to
the
chew.
lobe. The lobe.
The earlobe. That's exactly right. That is exactly right. And I have no idea what an ear tastes like.
I don't want to know what an ear tastes like, honestly.
You know what? Maybe we should ask Mike Tyson.
Yeah, that's a good person to ask. He's done it more than I have, that's for sure.
Hey, by the way, can I ask, of the three of us, who's into sports more? Probably Jay. Jay, can you explain to me why exactly is Mike Tyson fighting Jake Paul?
$20 million.
Okay. Enough said.
Yeah, money influences all. Oh,
yeah, man, $20 million. Have you seen pictures of the dude? 57 years old, and man, he's
well. I'm gonna say this.
He's still pretty buff,
and I'm no Adonis by any stretch of the imagination, but he and Paul are doing, the square off, if you will, the face off.
Mm-hmm.
And Tyson's, he's got a 57-year-old, little bit of a belly on him. Not a big deal. I'd never say that to his face, but I'm just wondering, okay, so $20 million, is he guaranteed $20 million for this fight?
A guarantee? I'm not sure. That's my understanding, but don't quote me on that.
And Jake Paul used to be is it an MMA fighter? And now he's become like I'm not going to say legit, but an actual like boxer. Is that what's going on?
Man, Mason, maybe you know, man.
I was like, I think he's gone through more boxing matches that I've seen, or like I've seen reported about.
Mm-hmm.
But he's gone through a slew of different like older boxers who have been in retirement that have had good records. I can't remember the names off the top of my head, but he's gone through and he's beaten some of them, and it's like you're not beating anybody current or in their prime right now in fights. You're beating people who have retired. So like, what kind of a record are you really setting for yourself? Are you just going for the easy bout, or are you going for actual like reasonable competition?
I think he's going for headlines.
I mean,
because could you even name a current boxer besides Jake Paul?
No.
I mean, I couldn't. I mean, remember the glory days of boxing?
Oh gosh, I was into it, man.
You had Sugar Ray Leonard.
Yeah.
You had obviously Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, in the heavyweight ranks.
George Foreman.
Frazier, Ali, Ken Norton.
Ken Norton.
It was just one, of course, Larry Holmes, was kind of in that group.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
What is McGregor cast, or Conor McGregor? What is he under? Is he MMA or is he a boxer? I think he's MMA.
I think Conor McGregor is MMA.
Yeah, that sounds right. But I like that's the only name that ever pops up in my head whenever I think of that stuff.
Are you? I think there's a couple of things going on. One, Jake Paul, ultimately, he was a YouTuber, still is a YouTuber. So he's going for, as Mason said, it seems to me, is going for what he may see as, number one, an easy fight. I mean, you've got Mike Tyson. He's 56 years old. He hasn't been in the ring in a long time. But I think he is still a formidable fighter. I would think. I don't really know.
Yeah, with the knowledge and history that he has in his fighting days.
Right.
Well, and just a couple of punches placed properly from that dude, he'll, still effective.
Well, that's exactly right. And so then the question is, okay, so is he doing this for what he believes would be an easy win, or is it just for publicity? And as you said, the money, Jay, I think it's probably all of the above, but I would like to see him, if he really wants to be a legit boxer, he should take on whoever is the heavyweight champion now. Is boxing what it once was? Or have I just so disconnected from, sports generally speaking, that I'm just not hip on who the new boxing champs are?
I think it still has some sort of following, but it's not at least in my circles, I am not hearing about boxing as much as I used to growing up. I was like the last like big fight I watched was and again, it's MMA, but Floyd Mayweather versus Conor McGregor was one of the biggest fights that I watched when I was in college.
Yeah.
Great fight. Watched the whole thing. It was wonderful to watch. Everybody was involved. But again, that's MMA. It's not boxing, so I don't know.
What do you like better? Do you like MMA or legit boxing?
I think I like MMA because of I don't know, there's different fighting styles in it. It's not just throwing punches, and so there's different martial arts involved and all that kind of stuff that brings, I don't know, different people from different aspects into the fighting arena, which is kind of cool.
Yep.
But boxing has been around for so long that it's a respected art form almost, and it's cool to see people who are at a master craft of that. So I still respect boxing very highly, but I don't know key fighters at the moment to be able to contribute.
I couldn't name anybody. And I tell you what, love him or hate him, Don King was so instrumental
with the hair going up.
Yeah, in getting particularly heavyweight boxing.
Yeah.
He was a promoter. Yeah. He just made a spectacle of it back in the 70s and 80s.
Well, you had to do that. And they were big personalities.
Big deal. It was a big deal anytime anybody got in the ring and that guy was out there promoting it.
I will also say that the Rocky movies probably helped.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Because, I remember when I was a kid, I was first, I don't know what year was that first Rocky? Was it
76.
76, okay. So I was 9. I don't know how old you were, Jay.
I was 16.
Okay. So when those movies came out, it actually brought an interest in boxing for me. And so I remember my dad would just sit there on the floor like he used to do, and we would watch all of these boxing matches and so forth. And he used to love, Sugar Ray Leonard and, Muhammad Ali. He didn't like Ali's politics, but whatever. And I don't know, just again these days, and I'm on the super text line right now at 615-737-9986. Ken says, Dan, welcome to 2024. Nothing is as it once was. Let's see here. McGregor fought Mayweather in boxing, not MMA.
Okay.
So,
I think you mentioned films, The Raging Bull with De Niro.
Absolutely.
Probably the best boxing movie ever.
Yep. Which one you said? Raging Bull?
Raging Bull, yeah, with De Niro.
Did you say that Raging Bull is the best boxing movie ever?
I think as far as realistic boxing scenes, yeah. Let's face it, the Rocky movie, while entertaining.
Oh, come on, man.
The boxing.
Come on.
Rare and back. And a real boxer would have killed the guy. It was theatrics, man.
You know what's funny about Raging Bull is Robert De Niro? What's funny about that is he's going to do a sequel to Raging Bull, and it's going to be based on Robert De Niro's real life, and it's going to be called Raging Bull Crap.
Yes.
I'm just going to let that float.
Yeah, okay.
Let it sit there.
Yeah.
I wanted to say the actual BS, and it would have been a lot funnier, but then I would probably get fired. So there's that too. Let's see here. Anything else? Can you explain to me, Jay, very quickly, because now we're running out of time, but you're the sports expert here. Ohtani.
Yeah, he's
the guy who used to play my favorite ball team, used to be the Angels. He is now playing for the Dodgers. But there's this weird story out there about how his official interpreter, and this is the guy that he makes how much?
Well, Ohtani signed a $700 million contract, the biggest contract in sports history.
And he's from Japan?
Correct.
And so he has signed with the Dodgers. He's got an official interpreter. And now it turns out this interpreter, I guess, has been lying the whole time about, number one, his resume, and number two, about gambling.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and there is an investigation because stories have kind of flip-flopped from the guy. At first, the interpreter was saying that Ohtani was aware of his gambling debts and was helping him pay them off, like $4.5 million.
Yep.
Well, then later on, he changed his story and said, no, he didn't know about it. Anyway, there's an investigation. And now there are wonders if perhaps Ohtani was indeed betting on some things that maybe he shouldn't have. Ohtani is supposed to come with a press conference today to address all this.
Now, who's going to be the interpreter?
Yeah, exactly.
I hope it's going to be a different interpreter.
Well, Ohtani does speak English, but, it's not his first language. He's not real fluent in it just yet. So, it'll be interesting to see how that's handled.
All right, very good. It is 5:52 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, 4702 says, hey, Dan, you tell your best joke when Johnny B and Ken are not here. You know what? I will go ahead and find a way to weave it in when they're both back on Monday, a week from today.
Yeah, I won't say anything. I'll make sure that they're
Yeah, could you just don't
oblivious.
spoil the surprise
I'll
that
make sure
Mandis
not to
actually told a
jump
good joke when they weren't there.
I won't steal your joke. I got you.
All right, very good. It is 5:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up in the news at 6, Jay Harper, what do we got?
Well, people in Middle Tennessee and the nation continue to feel the heartbreak of the Riley Strain family following the recovery of his body there on Friday. We'll hear from Strain's father. And again, the basketball fans for the University of Tennessee, they're excited, and we'll tell you why. We'll have all that as well as today's opening money news at the top of the hour.
It is madness, I tell you. Jay Harper.
Yes.
March Madness, all right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can we say that? You know, they get anxious whenever we say March Madness on the radio. You know, people get excited. Oh, well, gosh, trademarks. You can't lose it.
Well, I mean, if you're using it in a contest.
Right. And yeah.
But, I mean, as a legit news story.
News story? Oh, I know.
But
still, I know there are, people in the front office, boy, their ears perk up whenever they hear.
Well, remember when the Super Bowl, people used to say with the Super Bowl, the big game. And then it was like, no, you can say it because it's a legit news story. Just don't use it in some sort of a contest promotion or a commercial unless you pay the rights for it.
Right.
So.
Just checking.
I better check.
Yeah.
I better make quadruply sure that I'm allowed to utilize. I think I am.
I think we're good.
You know what the great thing is, though, Jay? Is that my level of give a crap on March Madness is so minuscule that I will forget that I was supposed to check that the second I turn off the microphone.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I just really haven't followed it much this year. Got too much going on.
All right, very good. 5:53, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So who do you trust when it comes to your money? Now, I turned to Paul Winkler years ago, Dan Mandis here, and a lot of these financial folks, they say different things, but those same people have something to sell. So, of course, they're pitching their own products. Now, if you worked for a car company, wouldn't you say that your car is the absolute best? Well, it's the same thing with banks and insurance agents who sell investment products. Those banks and insurance agents, they have something to sell. Now, Paul Winkler is looking out for your best interest, and he's not going to try and sell you something. He's actually going to teach you how to relax about money. Now, you need to know that I get paid every time I do these commercials, but I wouldn't be doing them if I didn't believe in Paul Winkler and his guidance. And you will too when you call him for a free consultation. 615-851-1950. 615-851-1950 for Paul Winkler. He's got 10 offices across Middle Tennessee. No doubt one near you. A great website full of videos and articles about how you can relax about money. Find him online. It's paulwinkler.com, 615-851-1950, 615-851-1950, paulwinkler.com.
Good morning. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We've got clouds, wind, and 58 degrees, a complete forecast, and a traffic report in just a few minutes. Members of a Louisiana-based volunteer water search and rescue group, the United Cajun Navy, is vowing to help with the search for missing 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who disappeared in Sumner County in late February. Riley Strain's father, Ryan Gilbert, he's thanking all of the volunteer search crews for their support.
Riley's captured the hearts of people across the country, and we thank everybody for their thoughts and prayers and their efforts on trying to find him.
Strain's body was discovered by Cumberland River barge workers about 8 miles downriver from where he was last seen. In sports, number 2 seed Tennessee, they're going to be making their second straight trip to the Sweet 16 after getting past the number 7 seed Texas on Saturday night, 62-58. For Volunteer head coach Rick Barnes, defense has gotten them where they are in the tournament.
These are the kind of games in the tournament you get bounced when you shoot as poorly as we did, and but we found a way with our defense. The 10 extra shots that we got were obviously important to us, but to shoot the ball as poorly as we did, and all we kept talking about during timeouts was keep taking our shots, and we got to get it done on the defensive end.
This is the Vols' first Sweet 16 streak since the program made back-to-back trips back in 2007 and 8. In the Market Numbers Report, hey, it's brought to you, as you well know, by Beacon Capital Management. You can find them online at beaconcm.com. Here is Jim Ryan.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Stock futures were slightly lower going into a trading week that'll be shortened by Good Friday. Last week, the S&P and NASDAQ composite gained more than 2%. The Dow Jones had its best week since December. The major averages are on track for their 5th winning month in a row. Investors are looking ahead to another clue on inflation this week with the release of the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index. That figure could help the Fed to decide how many times it'll cut interest rates later this year. The Federal Aviation Administration is stepping up its oversight of United Airlines after a series of safety incidents in the last couple of months. One plane landed in Oregon with an external panel missing. Another rolled onto the grass in Houston. A United jet headed for Japan lost a tire after takeoff. And Chick-fil-A is backing away from the no antibiotics ever pledge that it made a decade ago. Officials with the fast food chain say Chick-fil-A's had trouble sourcing chicken that hasn't been given antibiotics.
Futures ahead of the opening bell. The Dow down 75, S&P down 13, and the NASDAQ down 70. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. They're next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
The Guaranteed Offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a Guaranteed Offer and start packing.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
6:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, along with Mason Fleming in for JB. Jay Harper is in for Ken Weaver this week, and man, there's a lot of news. In the 5 o'clock hour, I'm going to revisit in the 7 o'clock hour what happened in Russia. They've caught the guys, they say they've caught the guys who killed upwards of 136, 137, 140 people at that rock concert. But there's a lot of other implications to what happened in Russia. So we'll cover that in greater depth in the 7 o'clock hour. Big day for Senator Bill Hagerty, and I'm going to tell you why. And I'm trying to get him on the radio program this morning, as a matter of fact. And by the way, very quick programming alert. Pamela Furr was supposed to fill in for Chris Hand at 9 to noon, but she, I believe, overextended her knee over the weekend. She's, I believe, at this point, probably on copious amounts of drugs. Bottom line is, it's going to be me from 9 to 10. It's going to be M squared, Mandis and Murphy, Murphy and Mandis from 10 to 11. And then from 11 to 12, Matt Murphy is going to take over an hour early. But somewhere in there, I'm hoping to have Senator Bill Hagerty on because it was a very big day for the senator. It was a big weekend for him because he was able to get the Democrats on record as saying that they are voting in favor. I'm going to say this really slowly. Senator Hagerty was able to get the Democrats on record as saying they are voting in favor of flying illegal aliens directly into our country. Now, this is huge. And again, a great moment for Republicans. I mean, sadly, it is a horrific moment for the country, obviously. But from a political standpoint, this is a disaster for the Democrats, given the fact that immigration and dealing with and combating illegal immigration is a very big issue as we head into November. This is Senator Hagerty on the floor of the Senate.
Let me cut through the procedural language here. I'm bringing forward a vote on a very simple question. Do you support American taxpayer dollars being used to fly illegal immigrants from countries like Venezuela and Haiti into America to be settled in cities and towns near you? If so, then vote against me. Vote no to preserve this practice of using taxpayer dollars to charter planes that move and import thousands of illegal aliens into your states. Make no mistake here. President Biden has been secretly flying hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens from foreign countries into Blue City airports. Just last year alone, in 2023, it was reported that some 320,000 illegal aliens have been flown in using this method.
His amendment to the appropriations bill would have disallowed or prohibited funds from being used to fly these migrants or illegals into the country. From Fox News, the amendment was in response to recent news stories reporting the Biden administration flew an estimated, as you just heard, 320,000 illegal aliens, illegal immigrants from their home nations to the U.S. in 2023. Lawmakers voted the measure down 51 to 47. All Democrats voted against the amendment, but no Republicans did. Hagerty's tweet detailing how each Democrat voted against his amendment has racked up more than 30 million views as of Sunday. Now, when you see Cringe Jean-Pierre, when you see her and some of these other knucklehead Democrats, and they're out there saying, wow, the border problems, this is the Republicans' fault. This measure that was voted down by the Democrats throws that right back in the face of the Democrats who say that the problem on the southern border is a Republican problem. It is an American problem, but this is an American problem caused by the Democrats. Border Patrol Chief Jason Owens was talking about the numbers. This was on CBS, and he was talking about the massive numbers of these folks that are coming across the southern border, the huge numbers of catch and release, and these policies, and the gotaways, and everything else that is going on with our southern border. And the important part of all of this is that this story, of course, as you now know, is being covered, believe it or not, by the networks. And Jason Owens, the Border Patrol chief, throws the Biden administration right under the bus.
Are you concerned about that, about the potential dangerous people or potential terrorists who may be infiltrating the country because you are so focused on processing asylum seekers, families, and others who are in distress?
Absolutely. That's you ask any law enforcement officer, especially somebody that works in border security, that is what keeps us up at night.
Yeah, he's absolutely right, especially when you look at what happened in Russia and how that could very easily happen here, given the amount of people Biden has allowed to come across our southern border. That's number one. And number two, the 320,000 that he has flown directly into our country. So, yeah, that does keep Americans up at night.
That is a national security threat. Border security is a big piece of national security. And if we don't know who is coming into our country and we don't know what their intent is, that is a threat. And they're exploiting a vulnerability that's on our border right now.
Yeah, I mean, not only the southern border, but the northern border as well. Republican Bernie Moreno. Now, he is running for Senate in Ohio. Got all these Democrats out there, and I just told you what they did. Senator Haggerty had a bill that would prohibit the use of funds being allowed to fly in illegal aliens into our country, and the Democrats voted against it. And so this guy, Bernie Moreno, again, a Republican running for Senate in Ohio, and he brings up a great point. And it's a point that I've brought up many times, and that is, how can President Biden, how can Lunch Bucket Joe say that he is a man of the American people, working class Joe? How can he possibly say that he is for the working class when what he is doing on the southern border is not only suppressing wages of the working class, but is also taking away the jobs of the working class as companies like Tyson fire Americans and hire these illegal aliens or these migrants? And this guy, Bernie Moreno, brings up some great points.
You can't be for working class Americans and support illegal immigration at the level we're seeing, because that drives down wages, raises costs for Americans, raises health care costs, raises food costs, housing costs. You can't be on the side of working class Americans and allow Biden to be putting mandates in place that would drive our auto industry to the hands of China, eliminate good union-paying jobs. You can't be on the side of working class Americans and close and dismantle coal mines and natural gas facilities and oil pipelines. He hurts the very people he says he helps.
Biden purports to help the American people. Clearly, he is not. And one of my favorite memes, I'm going to try to tweet it out. One of my favorite memes out there today is video of all of those migrants or these illegal aliens rushing through our border, rushing those Border Patrol agents, over 100 of them, and storming America. And there's a video of Joe Biden eating ice cream, watching the whole thing. I mean, it's truth in memes. How appropriate was and is that meme? Because that is exactly what the Biden administration is doing. Standing around, doing nothing, popping the popcorn, eating ice cream, as our border continues to be overrun, and our Border Patrol, their lives are literally at stake. And the rest of Americans, Americans, our lives are at stake too, because we all know what is going on with these illegal aliens and the violence that they are partaking in cities all across America. 6:16, time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. Thank you very much. As far as your weather today, it's going to be interesting. A high of 66, windy. Right now it's 57, but rain is going to start tonight around 9 o'clock, and it's going to continue through the overnight into tomorrow morning. We also have some high winds, and again, going to be very windy, and they even mentioned some power outages. I don't think They're not calling for any severe weather, but they are saying that we could get those high winds. It is now 6:17 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here on Nashville's Morning News. And right now, I was talking about how I'm trying to get Senator Hagerty on the show today. I made mention that I was going to be, Matt Murphy and I are teaming up to cover 9 to 12 today. And I think I'm going to be able to get Senator Hagerty on for about 9:45 this morning. As you can imagine, he's very busy and things are going on out there on Capitol Hill. And so we're going to get all the latest from Senator Hagerty, hopefully at 9:45 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The reason why it is so important that Hagerty was able to get the Senate Democrats on the record as voting against a bill that would allow our taxpayer dollars to fly illegal aliens and migrants into our country is because we got a close race. We got a lot of close races across the country in not only the House of Representatives, but also the Senate. And as I mentioned before, the Biden administration, Karine Jean-Pierre and the rest of these folks, they're trying to muddy the waters. And somehow, even the other day when Karine Jean-Pierre, we mentioned this earlier, she tried to blame Greg Abbott, Texas Governor Greg Abbott, for these illegal aliens storming our border and storming the Border Patrol and knocking down that fence. She tried to blame Governor Greg Abbott for that out there in Texas, when obviously this is an issue that the Biden administration continues to allow. As a matter of fact, I guess on Friday, and I mentioned during one of the previous segments, it's hard for me to even watch the White House press briefings because Karine Jean-Pierre, really all she does is lie. And so there really is no actual news value that comes out of those White House press briefings. But one of the things that she said is that Joe Biden will not be using executive orders to shut down the border. Now, that's not exactly news because he could have used executive orders to shut down the border if he wanted to, and he simply refuses to. And so for President Biden and for the Democrats now, this really is a big talking point against them because Hagerty now has them on record as saying they are basically for you and me, all of us paying for illegal aliens to be flown directly into cities around the country, especially those sanctuary cities. But then from there, where they end up is anybody's guess. It is 6:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jay Harper in for Ken Weaver. What's coming up in the news?
Yeah, Dan, it's deadline day for former President Donald Trump in that New York fraud case. We'll have the latest. And in the wake of the Moscow terror attack, other European countries are on high alert. And if you have a flight to catch at Nashville's airport, you're going to want to hear what you may be in for on your way there. Those stories and more at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
You know, if you're getting ready to fly, you know what I would say? If you're getting ready to fly, you need to do a couple of things. Number one, make sure your car is filled up with gasoline and you've got some snacks and you are ready to drive. Because have you noticed, Jay? I don't know if it's just me. We've got all of these stories of, planes having malfunctions.
Yeah, the Boeing
the
planes.
Boeing planes, and we got all of that craziness going on where doors are falling off and bolts are coming out and all of these things. Then you have the insanity of people freaking out on planes. That seems to be something that's going on as well. And sadly, as I found out trying to go on my vacation, I had to, and a lot of other people had to do this as well. A lot of other people had to get in the car and drive like 12, 13, 14 hours to get to their destination.
How was that drive?
Shut up. I'm just kidding. You know the best part of that whole story is, and I have not told this part of the story yet. Jay, you know my hatred for George Stephanopoulos.
Yes, I'm well aware.
And do you know who posted on my Facebook account when I posted about my issues with Southwest and having to drive all the way to Florida? Some producer for Good Morning America wanted me to come on to Good Morning America and talk about my experiences. And I said to Amy, I said, I so want to do this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I wanted to do it just, to call them out and call out, Stephanopoulos and the media and all that kind of a stuff, just because I'm kind of persnickety that way. But I didn't see the message until it was far too late. But oh my goodness, that would have been fun.
That would have been a wild experience.
I
sure.
totally could have said, hey, can I ask, how is it you can pass yourselves off as a legitimate news and journalistic organization when you have, a mouthpiece for the Democrats as your lead anchor? Can I ask that?
Yeah.
Can you imagine? I totally would have done that.
And you've got this former RNC chair that NBC has hired, and oh my gosh, the media's having a conniption.
I saw that. I think I've got some audio on that. Ronna McDaniel. So we'll talk about that straight ahead as well. It is 6:23 on Super Talk 99.7 at WTN. By the way, you've heard the forecast. Some high winds. They're talking about maybe, possibly some scattered power outages because of that wind. What a great day to call Generator Dave and all my friends at Cove Generator, because we are now in officially spring. And we can look forward to the high winds that we're going to get today and tonight, storms, possible tornadoes, and power outages as well. Are you ready for all of that? Well, if you're not, you better call my friend at Cove Generators, Generator Dave. Now, you can get storm ready with a Generac home standby generator, the absolute best in-home generators. Now, Cove will come over and install these generators seamlessly into your home, so the second the power goes out, your generator kicks on. Not to mention, they are partners with you, so they guide you through the purchase, install, and once you make the purchase, they continue with that outstanding customer service. So call my friends at Cove Generators for an estimate on a new generator. Say hi to Generator Dave for me, and never lose power again. 931-559-3311. If you've already got a generator, call these folks. They can maintain any brand of generator that you own. They are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer. Call them today and never lose power again. 931-559-3311. CoveGenerators.com.
Good morning. It's 6:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Cloudy, windy, 57 degrees. The full forecast and traffic are on the way. New York Attorney General Letitia James has said the state could begin seizing Donald Trump's assets as soon as today if he fails to come up with that $464 million bond. Lawyers for the former president say he doesn't have the cash.
Former President Trump is demanding New York keep its hands off Trump Tower as the state gears up to potentially seize some of his assets. In a fundraising email yesterday, Trump writing, "Trump Tower is mine. You will never seize my property."
That's ABC's Perry Russum reporting. A New York judge found Trump and his adult sons overstated the value of nearly every major property they own in order to get more favorable loans and other advantages. 4 suspects in Friday's deadly attack on a concert hall in Moscow appeared in court today. One of the men claims he was paid 500,000 rubles, or about $5,400, to carry out the attack. All are said to be operatives of the terror group ISIS-K. Here's ABC's Derek Dennis.
The attack is already raising concerns in Europe. France is raising its terror threat alert to its highest level, saying it took ISIS-K's claim of responsibility and general threats facing the country into account.
Gunmen opened fire on concert goers at one of Moscow's largest entertainment complexes. The attackers then set the complex on fire. At least 137 people were killed and 180 injured. Back here in Nashville, the Nashville International Airport's expansion operations, they begin today. They're going to start blasting over there, and traffic on nearby roads is going to be affected each weekday until the end of the year. Yeah, the weekday blasting is going to be temporarily stopping traffic on Donaldson Pike, as well as the airport service road at around 1 o'clock every day, Monday through Friday. The police department will be on hand to halt traffic on the affected roads for up to 5 minutes. That's to ensure, as they say, pedestrian safety. Blasting operations will continue again until the end of this year. They claim that the blasting will not affect flight operations. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. They're next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
.633 Nashville's Morning News on WTN. I love Zero Res. Now, they are the official carpet cleaning company of my house because Zero Res does great work. They're on time, and they leave you with soft, fluffy carpets. Now, right now, they've got a great deal for you. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $109. Plus, you can get a free hallway as well. Now, that is over $70 in savings. Plus, you also get free dryer vent cleaning when you get your air ducts cleaned, and they're also offering 20% off of tile cleaning. So many ways to save at my place, Zero Res. Now, remember that with cold and flu season, those germs live in your carpet. The best thing that you can do to stay healthy is to have your carpets cleaned with Zero Res. They get rid of up to 90% of the germs and the bacteria that make you sick. And again, don't forget that great deal. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $109. And again, you get a free hallway. Call them, tell them you want the Dan deal at 615-535 9376, 615-535-9376. You can book online at ZeroResNashville.com. Zero Res, spell it backwards or forwards. It is the right way to clean. .637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, along with Mason Fleming in for Johnny B. Jay Harper is in for Ken Weaver, and I'm here, Dan Mandis. Hello. Was anybody else surprised that apparently now Marco Rubio is the guy that former President Donald Trump is considering as a running mate? Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't really understand why Trump doesn't go with a Tim Scott or a Byron Donalds or perhaps a Nancy Mace. But in the news last week was the story that the former president and Vivek Ramaswamy, all of these names apparently have fallen out of favor with former president, possibly future president, Donald Trump. And now the person this week that everybody is clamoring to get a hold of to interview is Marco Rubio, because that's what news is reporting. Rubio is up for and very seriously being considered by Donald Trump as his running mate. Now, I'm going to remind you of some of the things that happened out on the campaign trail in 2016. And here's what happened. I need some audio if I could.
What we are dealing with here, my friends, is a con artist. He is a con artist. First of all, he runs on this idea that he is fighting for the little guy. But he has spent his entire career sticking it to the little guy. You all have friends that are thinking about voting for Donald Trump. Friends, do not let friends vote for con artists.
All right, so Rubio, of course, spent a lot of time calling Donald Trump a con artist. We all remember about the whole little hands thing. But you know what the thing is? You could go back and play all kinds of audio from Rubio blasting Trump, Trump blasting Rubio as well. But you know what? That was in 2016. Here we are now in 2024, and it is clear that, number one, Joe Biden is a complete train wreck, and what binds people together, what draws people together, is a common enemy. And right now, that common enemy clearly is Joe Biden and the Democrats. But here's the other thing, is that when 2016 was going on, and that campaign was going on, and specifically the Republican primary, you had all of these various Republicans, Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio, a lot of people going after the former president. Then Trump actually won, and then Trump proved himself to conservatives by a, relatively speaking, a very good and very conservative 4 years in office. And that was with one hand tied behind his back, because you had all of the investigations, all of the media, all of that challenge that Donald Trump was going through. Of course, you had the Mueller investigation. I could go on and on, but the challenges that Donald Trump had. And then, of course, we all know what happened with COVID. And so then Marco Rubio obviously came around. Many people blasted Trump. Then again, they turned around. Now, Rubio had a great answer. They played that audio bite that I just played. And he was on with Jonathan Karl. And this was over the weekend, basically saying that, you know what? A lot of things were said about Donald Trump, but way back when. But again, now you're saying that it would be an honor. Jonathan Karl says, what gives?
You know I could have gone on. I could have played more.
Yeah, but so why didn't you play the clip of Kamala Harris basically insinuating that Joe Biden was a segregationist on the debate stage, and she's now his vice president?
We play that, but let me ask you.
Well, you didn't play it now.
That was then. Oh,
yeah, that was then, but it was a campaign.
Okay.
Yeah, this is what happens in politics, and it's not unique to Donald Trump. I mean, Rubio just said, what about when Kamala Harris called, she didn't, basically call him a segregationist. She literally said that he was a segregationist. Yet now he has to, now Biden is contending with her as the vice president. And he did that for obviously political and pandering reasons. But this is about Marco Rubio. And this is about whether or not he would be a good fit for Donald Trump. The two, they do have an incredible history. And Marco Rubio has an incredible history. But Jonathan Karl, ABC News, he is just flabbergasted that Rubio would agree to be the running mate of Donald Trump.
But you said it would be an honor to be offered a spot on his ticket. Really?
I love that.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Really?
Yeah, I think anyone who's offered the opportunity to serve this country as vice president should be honored by the opportunity to do it if you're in public service. I'm in the Senate because I want to serve the country. Being vice president is an important way to serve the country. But I've also been clear, I've never talked to Donald Trump. I've never talked to anybody on his team or family or inner circle about vice president. That's a decision he's going to make. He has plenty of really good people to pick from.
What's interesting about the possibility of a Rubio vice presidency, and by the way, I like Marco Rubio, always have, is that I don't believe that Trump needs Rubio to carry Florida. And I don't know about the fact that Rubio is Cuban plays into it. I don't know if he's, I don't understand the pick. But there is that angle as well. So you've got a senator from Florida, and he's Cuban. So maybe that's part of why Trump is trying to, perhaps, as people say, trying to recruit Marco Rubio as his running mate. But, part of the gig is that whoever ends up as Trump's running mate will have to be able to defend Donald Trump and the things that he says and the things that he does and has done. Now, Trump is asking for, and that was part of the conversation that Jonathan Karl had with Rubio, where, it was like one thing after another, because you just heard Jonathan Karl say, really? Really? You would support Donald Trump? And it is amazing because when they say things like that, when the media says things like that, it's like, do you hear yourself? Because look at what's happened over the past 3 years. So I do understand when Marco Rubio says that it would be an honor to run with Donald Trump, or it would be an honor to be the running mate of Trump, or, anyone. I just played you the answer. But then again, Jonathan Karl starts going through all of these different things that Donald Trump either has said or has done or wants to do, et cetera. And Rubio, again, when you're a running mate, you have to defend not only the person running for president, but you also have to go over folks on the left. So, Jonathan Karl asked about Donald Trump and the fact that he is asking for, and I'm going to air quote this, absolute immunity when it comes to presidents, because that's what he is asking in front of the Supreme Court in the Jack Smith special counsel case. This is a great answer by Marco Rubio.
You don't agree with that, do
Well,
you?
I don't. So I don't think that. Well, on the case of immunity, there's two separate issues here. One is, can the president do anything? Can he go out and basically, kill one of the members of his staff overnight inside the White House? Obviously, that's an absurd outcome, and that's a common crime.
Right.
But I do think there's a legitimate issue here that we need to talk about writ large, especially after what we've seen the last 3 years. Is, do we want to live in a country where basically the opponents of a president can extort them, can have leverage over them during their entire presidency and say, don't worry, once you're out of office, we're going to prosecute you. We're going to come after you. We're going to charge you for this crime.
Yeah,
we're
but
going to
he's
charge you for
saying
that
absolute.
crime.
He's saying absolute immunity. He's
Well,
we'll
see.
Okay.
This goes before the Supreme Court.
Yeah,
There's going to be oral arguments.
He's saying as a guy that's supposed to run for president.
He's not representing himself at the Supreme Court. Lawyers will make that argument.
Yeah, lawyers will make the argument. But for Rubio, that's actually, a great point. Yet Carl is sitting there arguing with him left and right. Oh, and there was more. I've got a little bit more audio on this. My question for you folks is, what do you think of a Marco Rubio VP bid? Trump at the top of the ticket, Rubio as the running mate. Do you like Marco Rubio? Do you not like Marco Rubio? Let me know on the super text line at 615-737-9986. Some people call Marco Rubio a rhino because of some of his past stances on illegal immigration. So we're going to talk about that. And yes, the other question is, if Rubio is a senator from Florida, Donald Trump, of course, lives in Florida, can two people, one from Florida, actually both from Florida, one is the VP and one is the top of the ticket, can they both run? And what is that complication going to be? I've got details on that as well straight ahead. 6:45, time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. 6:46 on Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today, a high of 66, very windy. Rain is going to start tonight around 9 p.m. It's going to go all the way through the early morning hours until about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. High winds as well. Could get very windy, as a matter of fact. They're calling for the possibility of some power outages, and so we'll keep you updated here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. They are not talking about or calling for any kind of severe weather, just very high winds. Talking about the possibility of a Marco Rubio as the running mate for Donald Trump. And one of the things I love that we're talking about what his answer was to the former president asking for, basically absolute immunity. And he is correct. When you look at the last 3 years, as the DOJ has been weaponized and states have tried to keep Donald Trump off of the ballot as well. It is insanity. So to think that this is some absurd notion that the president needs absolute immunity from what he does in office from a policy standpoint makes all the sense in the world. And so this notion that Trump is saying as a president, he should be immune and a president should be immune from killing someone or whatever is just silly. That's not what the former president is saying. He is saying is that when a president is making decisions in the Oval Office, from a policy standpoint, he needs to be immune from later prosecution. Because the Democrats, they have made it oh so clear that this is something that they will do. They will weaponize the Department of Justice, and no president, when he's in office, should be worried about being the victim of a weaponized DOJ once he is out of office, and that is exactly what Rubio is saying.
We're living in a country now where basically if you're president, now you have to think to yourself, I got to be careful what I do as president, not even legal or illegal, even on policy, because if I upset the wrong people, as soon as I leave,
you should be careful not to break the laws.
Well, but you look at these prosecutions that are coming about. You've got this lady, clear partisan in New York, who's basically prosecuting the president over loans, something that's never been done to anybody before. The banks, who are supposedly Actually, the victims of what they claim are all saying, we don't even rely on what the president's statements are. We do our own internal investigation to see if the properties are worth what they're worth.
Okay.
And you've got a judgment on them. That's just one example of trying to bankrupt them and jail them.
Trump is also, and this is up for a conversation between Jonathan Karl and Marco Rubio, Donald Trump has called the people who are now jailed after January 6th as patriots. Very controversial in some circles, of course. This is Marco Rubio defending Donald Trump's statements.
Give me this. You don't think that the people that attacked the Capitol are absolute patriots like Trump says and should be pardoned?
No, what I do think is that people that went into the Capitol and committed crimes of violence or had, zip ties and all that are different from someone who walked in through an open door. I think they should have prioritized and only prosecuted the people who committed acts of violence. And
but these are not absolute patriots, as
well, if you attack a police officer or you go into the Capitol, no. But there are people that have been charged, in some cases egregiously charged, for simply walking in. They didn't attack anybody. Why didn't they do that for the people that set all those fires in Portland?
Yeah, he's absolutely right. And that's what we've been saying all along. So to me, I believe that Marco Rubio can defend Donald Trump's policies and he can defend the president as good as anyone. I still like Byron Donalds. But, you remember this epic moment from the debates back in 2016. This just goes to show you that anything is possible in politics.
He's always calling me Little Marco. And I'll admit, the guy, he's taller than me. He's like 6'2", which is why I don't understand why his hands are the size of someone who's 5'2". Have you seen his hands? And you know what they say about men with small hands? You can't trust them.
He said I had small hands. Actually, I'm 6'3", not 6'2", but he said I had small hands. They're not small, are they? I never heard that one before. I've always had people say, Donald, you have the most beautiful hands.
Yep, and that now possibly they could be running mates as well. So checking out the super text line and a lot of people, the Members Nutrition super text line. A lot of people like Marco Rubio. Some people do say he's a rhino. Yes, he was part of the original Gang of Eight, which essentially called for amnesty for a bunch of illegal aliens. Very controversial. It was ultimately dead in the water. But, for former President Donald Trump, if he likes Marco Rubio for whatever reason, again, I like both Tim Scott and Byron Donalds. However, as the former president has said, ultimately it is whoever is at the top of the ticket. Complicating matters, and I'll be able to get into this a little bit in the 7 o'clock hour, but complicating matters is both currently reside in Florida. And so that could cause some complications, especially when you look at how close this race is going to be. Although I will tell you that when it comes to Florida, Donald Trump runs away with the state absolutely hands down when it comes to not only the Republicans, but also in the general election as well. 6:52, and Jay Harper's in for Ken Weaver. Jay, what's coming up?
Yes, sir, Dan. A volunteer group in Middle Tennessee to help in the search for that missing teen in Sumner County. It's deadline day for the former President Trump in his New York fraud case. We'll have the latest. And good news for UT men's basketball fans. We'll have those stories and more at the top of the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you very much, Jay. 6:53. Listen, we are now officially into spring, and if you have officially lost that spring in your step because of sports injuries, the Kellum Stem Cell Institute, they can help you with those nagging sports injuries and so much more. So my question to you has always been, as it relates to Kellum, what ails you? So many folks are dealing with those sports injuries like concussion, even Lou Gehrig's disease, autism. What about congestive heart failure and asthma, maybe arthritis? Well, there's good news if you suffer from any of these conditions. Whether it is you or a loved one suffering, there's now a cutting-edge therapy available for you from my friends at the Kellum Stem Cell Institute. Dr. Ethan Kellum specializes in the harvesting of and then redeploying of your own stem cells to attack inflammation in your body to help it heal. This is basically your body healing itself. This is your body providing your cells and your solutions. And Dr. Ethan Kellum can help you today. And yes, they now accept Care Credit. Find them at 615-850-4415. The Kellum Stem Cell Institute. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-850-4415. Call them for your free consultation. Check them out online. KELLUM. The Kellum Stem Cell Institute.com. This is your body, your cells, and your solution.
Good morning. It's 7 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Cloudy, windy, 56 degrees on Music Row. A full forecast and a traffic report in just a few minutes. Members of a Louisiana-based volunteer water search and rescue group, the United Cajun Navy, is now vowing to help with the search for missing 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who disappeared in Sumner County in late February. Rogers' stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, tells Channel 4 that until Sebastian is home, there will be no peace on the home front.
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop. It won't stop until he walks through the door.
Rogers has been missing now for almost a month. New York Attorney General Letitia James has said the state could begin seizing Donald Trump's assets as soon as today if he fails to secure a $464 million bond. Lawyers for the former president say he doesn't have the cash. ABC's Aaron Katursky is at the courthouse in downtown Manhattan.
There is no sign Donald Trump is going to meet his obligation to post a bond today to cover that nearly $500 million civil fraud judgment, so state officials could start taking action at any time.
A New York judge found Trump and his adult sons overstated the value of nearly every major property they own to get more favorable loans and other advantages. In sports, number 2 seed Tennessee will be making its second straight trip to the Sweet 16 after defeating the number 7 seed Texas this past Saturday night, 62-58. Volunteer head coach Rick Barnes.
Certainly hoping it. Seems like the lid's been on the basket for the last 2 weeks, and whether people believe it or not, I think we can shoot the ball. And if we can do that, it'll give us, obviously, chances. But we came here to win this tournament and these 4 teams, and we get a chance to move on.
This is the Vols' first Sweet 16 streak since the program made back-to-back trips back in 2007 and 8. The Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They can be found at beaconcm.com. Futures ahead of the opening bell. The Dow down 305. The S&P down 7. And the NASDAQ, however, is up 27. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
7:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends, along with Mason Fleming in for Johnny B, Jay Harper in for Ken Weaver. We've got a lot of news going on. The Members Nutrition Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986. You can also check us out on Super Talk TV and the F&M Bank chat line as well. People chatting it up over there as well. And that is on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, 997WTN.com. So Jonathan Turley had an interesting point. Oh, let me wrap up real quick. I forgot to mention this in the previous hour. I was talking about Marco Rubio being the running mate for Donald Trump, because that is very much in the news, big news over the weekend. A lot of you don't like Marco Rubio, and I understand why. A lot of people are saying that Marco Rubio is establishment, and he's, not the guy. He's a rhino, and he's, he's just in it for himself. And he was part of the original, Gang of Eight, which called for amnesty, which in today's, in today's environment with that history, I think that is something that Donald Trump, I was a little surprised. I'm just going to be honest with you. I was a little surprised when Trump, the news was reported that Trump was thinking about Marco Rubio. They say that he likes Rubio because he is Hispanic, young, a good speaker, and natural charisma. I don't know if Marco Rubio has natural charisma, but whatever. They say the former president recently went so far as to acknowledge there would be a delicate issue with selecting Rubio because the two are both residents of Florida. A second source briefed on the matter said something some of Trump's senior advisors have been pointing out. Now, CNN frames it like this. There is no law preventing a president and vice president of the U.S. being from the same state, but the Constitution prevents electors in each state from voting for two people from the same state. The rule, they say, would even be more relevant in a close election. And the Trump campaign currently predicts that the 2024 race will be close, according to conversations with multiple Donald Trump advisors. Now, think about Bush Cheney, because I've mentioned this before, but when Bush announced that he was running and then he decided that Dick Cheney would be his running mate, well, they were both living in Texas. So Cheney very simply put his residency back to Wyoming, where he had been a congressperson. So Trump could very easily, if he wanted to, he could place his residency back in New York, although quite frankly, with all that's going on with Letitia James, I don't know if the president would actually want to do that. By the way, isn't today supposed to be like Padlock Monday? Isn't today supposed to be the day that Letitia James goes to, Trump Tower or, any one of his many buildings in New York and just starts putting chains and padlocks around the door? Well, that's not going to happen. Jonathan Turley was, and it's winding its way through the courts is what's going on right now. Trump has, I don't want to relitigate this whole thing. I've talked about it with Hans von Spakovsky from the Heritage Foundation, legal analyst for Nashville's Morning News. It's got to make its way through the courts. Hopefully it'll make it up to the Supreme Court. But anyway, Jonathan Turley, he was on Fox over the weekend with Larry Kudlow, and he says, yeah, it's not that easy as running around with padlocks.
It's not that easy. And I think that James is going to find out this is far more complex than she's suggesting to New Yorkers. I mean, James hasn't built anything but her career in her life. Right. I mean, this is complex finances. Right. And most of these properties are partnerships. They have leveraged debt. All of that has to be unraveled. So these aren't just this one-to-one Trump versus James type of equation. So in order to seize that property, she's going to be pulled into court. There's going to be challenges. It's not going to happen overnight. Where everyone is celebrating this idea that she's going to padlock Trump Tower, it's not likely to happen, and certainly not likely to remain very long. The other thing is that she could be harming the value of the property that she's trying to seize with some of these actions. I don't think that matters to her, but it might matter to a court.
No, it clearly doesn't matter to Letitia James. I mean, clearly. And I love what Turley said, The only thing Letitia James has ever built is her career. Well, she's about to have some difficulties in her career if she continues down this road, but we'll have to wait and see where that all ends up. Here's the other thing, and this is from CNN, and this was big news over the weekend and this morning. Donald Trump is about to get $3 billion. He's going to be a lot richer after a deal is approved to take his company, Truth Social, public. He even said over the weekend, I think he basically either his campaign put out a note that said, he's going to have a lot of money, $500 million. But the bottom line is, he said, I would rather spend that on my campaign and not paying off Letitia James. But this is the story from CNN. Investors have approved a deal on Friday to make Truth Social owner Donald Trump and Trump Media a publicly traded company. The green light from shareholders clears a major hurdle for a long-delayed merger that will generate millions of money for Donald Trump. A multi-billion-dollar deal, actually, a windfall for the former president, Donald Trump, at a time when he is facing immense financial and legal pressure. According to a preliminary vote, basically, it was announced during this meeting, a majority of shareholders of Digital World Acquisition Corporation voted in favor of the deal to merge with Trump Media. The companies have indicated the merger could close as soon as early next week. The new company will be called the Trump Media and Technology Group and trade under the ticker DJT. Trump's initials, of course. It will own Trump's struggling social media platform, Truth Social. But it sounds to me like what Trump has managed to do, at least right now, is outplay Letitia James. Because now he's going to have this windfall. And as you just heard Jonathan Turley say, this whole thing now has to make its way through the courts and appeals and all of that. And so Trump has the cash. The big question is, will he actually use it to pay this bond, and then it would go to an appeal. And we'll have to see what happens there. People are saying, Hans von Spakovsky, for one, said that if this goes to appeal, it is possible that the higher court just decides, this whole thing is complete and utter BS, and basically say that Letitia James is wrong and clear Trump of any obligation to pay off the $345 million bond, which is, I think, what the amount is. So it's the same thing going on in Atlanta. Same thing going on in Atlanta with Fani Willis, where they want Fani or Fannie to stay on the case there, because if new prosecutors come in, just like in New York, I believe, new prosecutors would come in and say, oh, this whole thing is just a bunch of BS, and drop all of the investigations and charges into Donald Trump and the 15 or 16 others that were in his camp. And so, that's what Donald Trump is now contending with, is he's been able now to work out this merger, or whatever it is that you want to call it. Ultimately, it's going to be a big financial windfall for the president, $3.4 billion, which means that he has the $500 million, seemingly outmaneuvering James. However, he wants to use that money for his campaign and not necessarily for Letitia James and this bond. Anyway, it's 7:16 on WTN. Time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. All right. Thank you very much, Jack. Appreciate it, as always. As far as your weather goes, high today of 66, windy, rain tonight and tomorrow morning as well. High winds could get very windy. As a matter of fact, they're calling for some possible power outages. Scattered, though. No real rough weather, just high winds. And that is something we'll have to contend with. Right now it is 7:17 and 56 degrees at Supertalk 99.7 WTN. You know, it is interesting when we talk about all of the things that Trump is up against from a legal standpoint. It was, I think it was over the weekend, but a lot of people have been talking about how Letitia James, and I mean, we've gone through some of the, constitutional issues of, cruel and unusual punishment and, all of the constitutional problems that are involved with the Eighth Amendment, for example, and how that applies to this bond that was set for Donald Trump. And the more that we find out about this, just the more crooked this whole thing seems. The question is, can Donald Trump even get a fair shake if this is appealed to the New York Supreme Court? And I don't know if he can. Now, Jonathan Turley, again, he was on with on Fox News and Larry Kudlow, and the question was asked about just that, and where is the president or the former president right now in this whole process?
Well, it's hard to gauge because of that posting by the former president. That's going to take some pressure off of the Court of Appeals because they're going to be aware that he's saying that he may have the cash. Yep. And so it'll be interesting how that dynamic plays out with the court. This is a lot of money to be able to get his hands on, even for someone who's a billionaire. The question still remains for the Court of Appeals, the underlying decision, and possibly this bond issue. In my view, the penalty that was handed down is absurd. I mean, I don't know anyone that can make sense out of the figure that this judge came up with. He might as well have just said $1 trillion. And by making it a big number, he made it likely that Trump would have to sell some of his real estate because you can't use real estate to float a bond of this size.
Yeah. I mean, anybody who has a rational processing of all of the information will tell you that what is going on in New York with Letitia James and the run-up to this whole thing, don't forget, and I hope that people are understanding this, don't forget that this is basically not a jury of Donald Trump's peers. No, this is basically an out to get Donald Trump, Letitia James, the New York Attorney General, and this Judge Engoron. And two people have decided that they need to destroy Donald Trump. Now, there are some people out there that are saying, and I agree with this statement, there are some people out there that are saying that it would actually be to Donald Trump's benefit for Letitia James to take these buildings just because of the sheer, what's the right way to put this? The sheer unfairness of it all. And the visual of Letitia James going up and her goons going up and padlocking, for example, Trump Tower, I think would be emblematic and indicative of an incredibly unfair DOJ. You've also got, of course, the Biden administration working hand in hand with, Fannie Willis out there in Georgia. We all know Nathan Wade in that case. I mean, all of these, and what I would say is the corrupt, district attorneys and attorneys general like Letitia James. And so the more that these cases continue to go after Donald Trump, and the more that they hound Donald Trump, and the more that the American people see the way that the former president is being harassed, I believe the more people will look to Donald Trump and say, what is happening is not fair. And the longer the American people see this going on, and the more visuals we have, like a Letitia James padlocking Trump Tower, the more this is absolutely going to backfire. It is 7:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN, the Members Nutrition Super Text line. Now we have what is coming up in the news with Jay Harper in for Ken Weaver. Hey, Jay.
Yeah, Dan, you've been talking about it extensively this morning. Yeah, it is the deadline day for the former president in his New York fraud case. We'll have the latest Some of the suspects in that Moscow terror attack appeared in court this morning. We'll let you know what went down. And if you've got a flight out of BNA, you're going to want to hear what's going on around the airport's roadways. We'll have those details at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right. Thank you very much, Jay. And 3257 says, listen, we can't, and I understand this. 3257, it says, Dan, we cannot take Republicans out of the House or the Senate to be VP. We need those seats. And he's absolutely right. He or she is absolutely right. He nominates Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders for vice president. I love Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I do. And I also, our majority in the House is so incredibly slim. And, of course, we all know what's going on in the Senate as well. So I do understand that. Some people have actually floated Governor Lee as a running mate of Donald Trump. I don't see that happening. I really don't. But I think that there's a lot of good people out there, whether it is Marco Rubio. Rubio's not going to be my choice. I'm just going to tell you. Something happened, and I want to know what happened between Trump World and Vivek Ramaswamy. Does anybody have any intel on that? If you do, send me a link or something to 615-737-9986, because something happened. And I don't know what it is, but, Vivek was right there. But also remember that Trump, if he wins, and we know, no Brian Renfro, Elon Musk for VP, Brian says. For me, what I'm looking for in a vice president, in a running mate for Donald Trump, is somebody who can help him in some of the battleground states. That's number one. And number two, is a fierce and eloquent defender of Donald Trump and his policies. It is 7:24 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. When it comes to your home, maintenance is key, especially your HVAC unit, which is why I am a Beehive member from Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now, I just got my text a few weeks ago reminding me that it is time for my spring tune-up. Now, that is part of the service. Now, that ensures that I'll be running at peak efficiency for maximum comfort thanks to Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. As Beehive members, you get not one, not two, but 3 maintenance services a year, including plumbing, plus 10% off of all repairs, front-of-the-line service, and no overtime or holiday fees. Now, that is all part of the terrific service from Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now, all this maintenance does mean that you're saving money in the long run by ensuring that your HVAC and plumbing are taken care of, because they would rather fix and maintain your current system than have to install a brand new expensive system. They want to save you money. That's what Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling is all about. 615-775-7833. As always, tell them Dan told you to reach out, busybeehvac.com. 7:29 on Nashville's Morning News, and I want to tell you about my friends at Awaken 180. One thing I absolutely love about Awaken 180 is that they actually teach you how to eat and eat right. Now, you know how much weight I gained on my cruise a couple of weeks ago? None, because I ate the right way, the Awaken 180 way. Lots of fish and chicken and vegetables, and I didn't want to lose all that progress I'd made with these folks because not only did they change your diet, but they also change your attitude and your relationship with food as well. That's what makes Awaken 180 among the best weight loss companies in America. Now, I know that they helped me and Belle and Pamela lose a tremendous amount of weight, and they're going to help you as well. A big part of that success is because the food is great and you get lifetime support for free once you finish the program. Check them out online today. It's awaken180weightloss.com, awaken180weightloss.com. You can also call them and schedule your at-home consultation today. Tell them I told you to reach out at 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800 for Awaken 180.
Good morning. It is 7:30. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Clouds, wind, and 56 degrees on Music Row. We've got that forecast and another traffic report on the way. New York's Attorney General Letitia James has said that the state could start seizing Donald Trump's assets as soon as today if he doesn't come up with that $464 million bond. The former president's attorneys say he does not have the cash. Aaron Katursky, he's at the courthouse in Manhattan.
Donald Trump never has really faced a day quite like this. The whole predicament over the possibility of his assets being seized, and he's coming here to court on the very day for a hearing in the case that accuses him of concealing a sex scandal from voters in 2016 by falsifying business records.
Trump, of course, denies any wrongdoing. 4 suspects in Friday's deadly attack on a concert hall in Moscow appeared in court today. One of the men claims he was paid 500,000 rubles, that's about $5,400, to carry out the attack. All are said to be operatives of the terror group ISIS-K. Derek Dennis reports.
Analysts say ISIS-K has grown stronger after the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021 when the terror group's enemy, the Taliban, seized power. They say ISIS-K has long been focused on targeting Russia for its interventions in Afghanistan, Chechnya, and Syria. The U.S. says it shared intelligence earlier this month about a planned terror attack in Moscow, but Russia's ambassador to the U.S. claims the Biden administration failed to pass along concrete information.
The death toll of the attack has now risen to at least 137 people. Back here in Nashville, the International Airport, BNA's expansion operations begin today with some scheduled blasting. It'll be happening during weekdays, and it will temporarily stop traffic on Donaldson Pike and the airport service road. They plan on doing that Monday through Friday at about 1 in the afternoon. The police will be on hand to stop traffic on the affected roads. They say that'll only last for up to 5 minutes. We shall see. Blasting operations, they'll be doing that till the end of the year, so get used to it. They claim the blasting will not affect flight operations. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 7:33 on Super Talk 99.7. With the weather changing, March is a critical time to check your home's windows. If yours are cracked or leaking, maybe they won't open, maybe they won't stay open, then it is time to call the pros at Window Nation. And right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you're going to get 2 windows free, and there's no limit. That means you're going to save a lot of money through my friends at Window Nation. But wait, there's more. Also, you could also save even more with 0 money down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. Window Nation's windows come with a lifetime warranty and can be installed in 1 day or less. With proven quality and service, it is no wonder thousands of homeowners have trusted Window Nation for their homes, and you can too. So if your old finicky windows and high energy costs from this winter are cutting deep into your finances, don't miss out with an unlimited buy 2, get 2 free, plus 0 money down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. You simply cannot afford to wait. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. You can find them online. It's windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate. 7:39, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Members Nutrition Super Text line is very active today. Thank you. I got a birthday shout out to a 4-year-old. I don't know if he's turning 4 or 5, but little Walker in Franklin has a birthday today. And so his dad wanted me to give him a shout out, 4223. So happy birthday to you, Walker, who apparently loves the Blue Power Ranger.
It's a good one.
Is a Blue Power Ranger a good one?
I think so. He was my favorite growing up.
Okay, so what's the difference between like the blue and the green?
Oh goodness, how long do you have?
You know what? Not long.
I was about to say, we could go into this or we could not.
Let's not. Anyway, happy birthday, Walker. You know what we ought to do is, we ought to dress you up, Mason, as a Power Ranger and send you over to deliver donuts to young little Walker.
I don't think I'd look good in a Power Ranger suit. I don't think that suit fits me.
No?
Properly. No,
okay.
I get the helmet on, but I don't think a guy in a blue T-shirt and a blue helmet would be
not
entertaining
quite the
enough.
same thing.
Yeah. Be entertaining for the adults maybe to have a joke about it later. But.
Now, I have a message to Walker's dad. Cherish these times because pretty soon he's going to have his own opinions. And sometimes that doesn't always work out so well. Just ask my father when I turned about 13 years old. And it was like, Ronald Reagan, oh, man, you like him. And I just, oh, Lord. When I think back to what I put my poor father through, God rest his soul, and if he could, see me today on the radio, hear me today espousing conservative values, it's like Ronald Reagan, and, he would, I'm sure, be very proud. But, and unfortunately, he didn't, he died before I became a talk show host. And so he has no idea. Of course, hopefully he's listening down from heaven. But, before he died, he had no idea what I would ultimately become, which is clearly, in case you haven't noticed, a conservative. Anyway, so congratulations to Walker. By the way, speaking of which, a lot of people are asking me, and then I'm going to get back to content. A lot of people are asking me, over the weekend, I appeared on the weekend show with Jennifer Sheets and Mastering the Workforce. And I was interviewed by Jennifer, which was an interesting experience because I'm usually the one being interviewed. Rarely am I actually somebody who is interviewed, but I had a great conversation with Jennifer, and we did talk about how I got started in radio and, why I love radio so much and why I believe that radio really does have a very, very bright future. So if you want to hear that, it's more of a personal interview, if you will. And so if you want to hear that, it's on my Facebook page. You can find the link right there. It is 7:43 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We're talking about running mates for Donald Trump. I don't want to drive this into the ground. One person, though, says, who's that hottie from Hawaii? That's Tulsi Gabbard. And Trump has already said that I think he believes that there's too much difference, kind of like with Kennedy. There's too much of a difference in their policies for Tulsi to be a running mate of Donald Trump. However, I do like Tulsi, Vivek Ramaswamy, and I'm trying to figure out why exactly it is that Trump has officially now, according to the New York Post, this happened when I was on vacation, so I'm catching up on this. Trump rules out Vivek Ramaswamy as VP, will consider him for a cabinet post. And I don't really understand why Trump decided against Vivek Ramaswamy or Tim Scott. In the news today, in case if you have not heard, is Marco Rubio. And we talked about this actually broke on Friday. And so a lot of people clamoring to get Rubio on as an interview over the weekend. I've been playing you some of the audio. They say Ramaswamy's ouster from the Veep stakes, as they say, was first reported by Bloomberg, which identified him as a contender for Homeland Security Secretary, among other positions. He would be good for that. I think Ramaswamy would be good anywhere. I would love to see him as, obviously, another Captain Obvious moment this morning, but, White House press secretary under Donald Trump. That would be absolutely epic. They say there's a lot of press speculation, but I can tell you Vivek's top focus is making sure that we get President Trump elected so that we can take America first to the next level. Ramaswamy spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin said, telling the New York Post in response to the report. They say the Post reported in January that Ramaswamy was unlikely to be Trump's running mate. The two then rivals had a heated moment before the Iowa caucuses, with Trump accusing the younger contender on Truth Social of being sly, having deceitful campaign tricks, and not being a staunch enough supporter of the Make America Great Again movement. At the time, top Trump advisor Jason Miller told the Post that it was pretty safe to say that Vivek Ramaswamy will not be Donald Trump's running mate. It is 7:45. Time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. Thank you very much. At 7:45 on Super Talk 99.7, as far as your weather goes, we've got high of 66 today. Right now, it is 55 degrees. Windy, rainy later on tonight and also tomorrow morning. High winds could get very windy. As a matter of fact, they're not talking about any severe weather, but they are saying that it could be so windy that we could see some scattered power outages. And so a good time to keep the phone number of Cove generators handy, as a matter of fact. Dan Mandis here at 746 on Super Talk 99.7. Matt says Vivek will hurt Trump with evangelicals since he is not a Christian. Okay. No. Is Vivek not a Christian? I must have completely missed that. I don't know about that, but that is one of the things folks are saying about Vivek Ramaswamy. Now, on to other things. As you know, 747, let's get back into this. ISIS-K struck Russia. This is a story that, you heard about all weekend long. We're finding out more and more about this. And where we are right now is that the guys that allegedly did this, they have been caught. They have been interrogated, and interrogated in the worst of ways. I'm just going to tell you. And we'll get into that straight ahead. But over the weekend, we did find out more about who it was that struck that rock concert in Russia. The band's name, by the way, is Picnic. It was indeed ISIS-K, the Afghanistan arm of ISIS. Now, the reason why that is important is because, remember, that Donald Trump basically had ISIS taken care of. And we remember that. Obama called ISIS the JV. Then, of course, ISIS starts rampaging across the Middle East. There were horrific terror attacks in Europe, and on it goes. And so Trump comes in, and he you remember this, he obliterated ISIS. It was like he's dropping the mother of all bombs, and he's hunting them down in their caves. Trump absolutely just decimated ISIS. It was a great thing. And one of the really good early successes for Donald Trump. Now, this attack, the ISIS-K attack in Russia, the latest number, I know that Jay is reporting 136 people or so dead. I've seen other reports, 140 people dead. Remember, the U.S. did warn Vladimir Putin that this was coming, literally 3 days before the attack. But Putin basically blew off the warnings and said the U.S., I love this, the U.S. is being provocative in the warnings, is what Vladimir Putin said. The irony of all of this, and it is what I would say delicious irony in a very tragic situation, is, Vladimir Putin was just, and I'm air quoting here, reelected to another 6 years there in Russia. And one of the things that he campaigned on, part of his big platform, was keeping Russia safe. A U.S. intelligence official describing how American agencies learned how a cell of ISIS based in Afghanistan was planning an attack in Moscow and shared the information with Russian officials. Again, Putin dismissing the alerts as an attempt to intimidate Russians. The Islamic State has now claimed responsibility for the attack in a statement posted on affiliate channels on social media. Now, remember, again, when Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, we talked about this ad nauseum, and it's going to keep coming up, folks. When Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan the way that he did, I said and others said as well that it will ultimately become a terrorist playground yet again. And it has. This is Marco Rubio, and of course, he was around for all of this. And he was on ABC over the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, they've claimed responsibility. They were warned this was going to happen. Now, ISIS-K, ISIS Khorasan, is largely the Afghan wing of ISIS. It's reconstituted itself, as we warned would happen when we had this disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. One of the reasons why we didn't want to withdraw precipitously is because you gave them operating space to reorganize themselves and plan externally. And since that time, they've attacked inside of Afghanistan. They're responsible for the Abbey the loss of 13 Americans, and service people right outside the gate of the airport. They conducted an attack inside of Iran not too long ago, and now this one in Russia. And they'll do it here in the homeland. And I think we should be very concerned, as the FBI director confirmed to me, that there is a trafficking network out there that specializes in moving people. They do it for profit, moving people and migrants around the world, including across our southern border, who have links to ISIS. I think common sense tells you if they run a trafficking network of people, they would most certainly use it to move operatives into the United States. So I'm not claiming there's an imminent threat to the U.S., but I am saying that border situation and the existence of that network is a threat to the United States.
You see, this isn't a Russian problem. This is a United States problem. This is a world issue in the sense that we have all of these people coming into our country illegally, or Joe Biden, of course, flying people directly into our country, and nobody has any idea who these people are. Now, you heard Marco Rubio, and he was talking about Christopher Wray and the FBI director, and Christopher Wray himself has said that we have no idea who's coming across our southern border or how bad it is going to be. And our open borders on not only the southern border, but the northern border as well. All of this, quite frankly, it's not going to be a matter of if. It really is a matter of when we could suffer the same fate as Russia.
In just the past few weeks, multiple foreign terrorist organizations have called for attacks against Americans and the West. Al-Qaeda issued its most specific call to attack the United States in the last 5 years. ISIS urged its followers to target Jewish communities in the United States and Europe. Hezbollah has publicly expressed its support for Hamas and threatened to attack U.S. interests in the Middle East.
Yep. So tell me where Christopher Wray, a guy who I'm not necessarily a big fan of, but he decided that he was going to come out and he was going to be honest with the American people about the threats that are coming across our southern border. And that particular audio bite was recorded. There were hearings, I think it was late October, and it was after Hamas attacked Israel, the terrorist attack, of course, funded by Iran. But when you look at Hamas, when you look at all of these other terrorist organizations, of course, ISIS as well, we know what's going on in Afghanistan. It has become a terrorist training ground that is absolutely on the shoulders of one Joe Biden. Clearly, it is 7:54 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, speaking of illegal immigration, there was a really compelling interview with the current head of the Border Patrol, and it does dovetail as to exactly what we're talking about regarding the terror attacks in Russia. I've got that audio for you straight ahead. Also straight ahead in the 8 o'clock hour, a big victory for Republicans and specifically Senator Bill Hagerty, who I believe is going to be joining us in the 9 o'clock hour because he was able to get the Democrats on record as say that they are willing to utilize your money to fly illegal aliens directly into your town. 7:54 on WTN. I see all of this insanity in the world today, and I do feel worried not only about the direction of our country, but our society as a whole, than ever before. I really am worried, and I know that a lot of you folks are as well. So as patriots and those who don't depend on our government to take care of us, we need to be self-sufficient. We need My Patriot Supply, which is emergency food. Now, then, since 2008, My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for a very uncertain future. And they can help you just like they're helping me. Right now, you go to this website, preparewithmandis.com, a great deal on your first or next shipment of emergency food. Right now, they've got that great deal. You get $200 off each food kit when you go to preparewithmandis.com. Remember, each food kit, $200 off right now if you go to preparewithmandis.com. They ship fast, free, and more than anything else, you are protecting your family. They last for 25 years in special, sealed, ultra-durable packaging. That's preparewithmandis.com for $200 off each and every food kit that you order.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Let me deal with the elephant in the room.
Good morning. It's 8 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We've got clouds and wind and 56 degrees on Music Row, a full forecast and a traffic report in just a few minutes. Christ Presbyterian Academy is reportedly canceled school this morning after receiving a troubling message that threatened school safety. Multiple media reports on this subject. The school sending an email to parents stating that they received a message yesterday from an individual who used disconcerting language toward the safety of the campus. That, in addition to adjacent online activity, gave them cause for concern. The school has filed a report with the Metro Nashville Police Department. They're investigating. Of course, keep in mind, people are a little on edge. Here in a couple of days, on the 27th, will be the one-year anniversary of the Covenant School shooting. Again, this is an ongoing story, a developing story. We'll keep you posted as best we can. There is still no ruling on the constitutionality of Texas's new law allowing local police to arrest people suspected of entering the country illegally. The Fifth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals has offered no timeline for a decision.
This is Jim Ryan. Assuming Senate Bill 4 is upheld,
the law is the law and it has to be enforced.
Bill Hicks, the district attorney in El Paso County, has been counseling local police and sheriff's deputies.
My instructions to law enforcement is, in order to be able to present a case to our office, that they actually witness the person, see the person entering Texas from a foreign country.
Opponents of SB 4 fear that Hispanics may be targeted for arrest, even if they're in the U.S. legally.
That is Jim Ryan again reporting. Russian officials say they've arrested and charged 4 men with Friday's violent attack at a concert hall in Moscow that has left at least 137 dead and hundreds more injured. ABC's global affairs anchor Martha Raddatz has more from some of the concert goers inside the complex at the time of the attack.
An eyewitness saying the men fired directly into the crowd, face to face. Another witness saying when the shooting was over, the ISIS-K gunmen hurled explosives as they fled. Within minutes, black smoke and flames pouring from the facility, trapping many inside and caving in the roof.
ISIS has claimed responsibility for the deadly attack, with Russian President Vladimir Putin saying they believe the men were heading for Ukraine. That's the latest news. I'm Jay Harper. We've got traffic and weather next. WTN News.
These are the kind of games
8:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. How are you, friends? Hey, by the way, coming up, a couple of programming alerts. I know we usually do the Gang of Four Amigos at 8:35, but I got Matthew Hurt, who's going to come on and give us some political analysis. I usually have him on Mondays, and this was the only time that he could do it. So Matthew Hurt is going to be joining us at 8:35. We do have Mason Fleming in for JB. Jay Harper is in for Ken Weaver. And coming up after 9, yours truly will be continuing on, as a matter of fact. As you know, Pamela was supposed to fill in Monday and Tuesday for the vacation Chris Hand. Pamela, I believe she overextended her knee or something this weekend, but I believe that she is drugged up at this point. And so she has decided to stay home. And so I'm going to continue on from 9 to 10. 10 to 11, it's going to be M squared. Murphy and Mandis. We're just going to see what happens between 10 and 11. And then at 11 o'clock, Murphy's show will take over at 11 and he'll go till 3.
I mean, technically it's 3 M's on that show if you count Mac Maury. So it'll be Mac Maury, Mandis, and Murphy.
It could, which would
if you
mean
let
that
him talk, of course.
It's M
to the
cubed? No, cubed is 4. Thanks a lot, Mason. Really appreciate that.
It's to the 3rd.
It's to the 3rd. It's M to the 3rd power.
M to the 3rd.
I don't know, man. You dragged
it's a
me
triple
into
thread.
this. Now
It's a triple thread.
Listen, I have not been in algebra class in
Triple
many
M.
years. Yeah, there you go. Triple M. Anyway, whatever. Also, I believe that Senator Bill Haggerty will be joining us as well in the 9 o'clock hour. Not exactly sure when. So there's just a lot of stuff going on with folks in, folks out, and so forth. But just bear with us. We'll continue on here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Speaking of Senator, I got so much stuff on. You know what? I'm actually kind of glad I have another hour. Jay, is Jay over there? Hey, Jay, you were talking about Ronna McDaniel, and the hiring over there at NBC, and the absolute just craziness as people are really angry and upset.
Yeah, all the liberal media is just in an uproar over this.
Yeah.
When all that the liberal media is comprised of the former Obama. and Biden officials.
Yeah. Well, and here's the other thing, and I'm going to get into the story. Here's the other thing. Don't forget that Donna Flippin Brazil, former head of the DNC, she is currently an analyst over at ABC. So, I mean, you have these people that go from, the administrations into analyst roles over there on the various networks and CNN and MSNBC and so forth. John Brennan, for the love of Pete. John Brennan is an analyst for, I want to say, is it MSNBC and NBC? I think that's where John Brennan lands. And you got some of these people that have actually been commenting for years now. And this is the absurdity of them getting upset with Ronna McDaniel getting hired on over there at NBC. You've got John Brennan, who was heavily involved in the whole dirty dossier controversy. Heavily involved. And then for years, he is a commentator for, the various outlets talking about Donald Trump and the dangers of, his colluding with the Russians. I'm air quoting, his colluding with the Russians and so forth, as indicated by the dirty dossier, when in reality, he absolutely knew the dirty dossier was nothing but propaganda from Hillary Clinton. So I think all of this is rather ridiculous. But anyway, this is the headline from Axios. NBC is in an uproar over Ronna McDaniel's hiring. NBC News and MSNBC are in an uproar over the hiring of former RNC chair Ronna McDaniel as a political analyst, which took top journalists at the network by surprise when it was announced on Friday. So this was over the weekend. Chuck Todd was on Meet the Press, I guess, and he's on there, and they've got a whole bunch of folks there, and he's on with Kirsten Welker, and this is what he said about his own network.
Let me deal with the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
I think our bosses owe you an apology. for putting you in this situation, because I don't know what to believe. She is now a paid contributor by NBC News. So I have no idea whether any answer she gave to you was because she didn't want to mess up her contract. She wants us to believe that she was speaking for the RNC when the RNC was paying for her.
You know what's crazy about all this? I'm listening to all the really self-important tone of Chuck Todd. MSNBC has Jen Psaki, former spokesperson for Joe Biden, as one of their top shows. I don't know how successful it is, but she is the former spokesperson for Joe Biden. And so for the life of me, I don't know what all of this hyperventilating is all about from Chuck Todd and Kirsten Welker and everyone else. As Jay pointed out, you have all of these people going. It's like a pipeline from Obama and Biden administrations straight into analyst roles on the networks and MSNBC and so forth. So I think just this self-important tone of Chuck Todd is, to be honest, rather comical.
So she has credibility issues that she still has to deal with.
Yeah.
Is she speaking for herself, or is she speaking on behalf of who's paying her?
You know, the best part of that last line there is, of all people, Chuck Todd talking about credibility. Do you realize that the vast majority of the American people understand and realize that the mainstream media right now has absolutely no credibility whatsoever? Absolutely none. And so for Chuck Todd to be like, oh, she's got no credibility, like you do? And if you hired Ronna McDaniel, I mean, obviously you need some people that are presenting the Republican or conservative viewpoint. Why not Ronna McDaniel? And by the way, I'm not her biggest fan, trust me on that one, but I do find this rather entertaining, actually.
Once at the RNC, she did say that, hey, I'm speaking for the party. I get that. That's part of the job. So what about here? I will say this. I think your interview did a good job of exposing, I think, many of the contradictions. And look, there's a reason why there's a lot of journalists at NBC News uncomfortable with this, because many of our professional dealings with the RNC over the last 6 years have been met with gaslighting, have been met with character assassination.
Oh my gosh. Really? Chuck Todd is talking about gaslighting? If you want to talk about gaslighting, we could go down all of the things that Jen Psaki and even more so Cringe Jean-Pierre do every single day. And the networks like ABC, they report what they say, what Cringe Jean-Pierre says is truth, when the American people understand that there's nothing but gaslighting and lying coming from the Biden administration. How long did ABC News and NBC News and all these other places report, oh, the border is closed? And that's what Cringe Jean-Pierre says, the border is closed, the border is closed. And they very rarely pointed to the video. And eventually Fox News and some of the other more conservative outlets finally sent their drones and got the proof that the border was clearly not closed. I mean, we could talk about lack of credibility issues with the networks when we talk about the origins of COVID. We could talk about that. There's so many. I just find it laughable that, of all people, Chuck Todd, or frankly anybody at ABC and NBC and CBS, CNN, MSNBC, even to a lesser extent Fox News, anybody talking about credibility of the networks is just a joke. You want to talk about gaslighting. Sorry, I'm running late, 8:17. Time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. 8:17, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. As far as your weather today goes, it's going to be interesting. Bad hair day for some. High of 66, wind, rain. The rain's going to begin about 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. It's going to rain all through the overnight and into tomorrow morning, which means your commute tomorrow may be wet and rather long. And it's also going to get very windy. As a matter of fact, we were talking earlier about how there could be some scattered power outages. And so you might want to keep the number for Cove generators handy in case you end up without power. It is 8:18 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I was having some fun with Chuck Todd and a lot of these folks over there at NBC hand-wringing over Ronna McDaniel and the fact that she is now somebody who is an analyst for NBC. And I don't understand, I should say, NBC. And I just, to be honest with you, I don't understand why there's so much hand-wringing, because this is pretty much par for the course. Again, I didn't see anybody screeching when Donna Brazile was hired over at ABC. And the thing is, and I'm going to say this about Ronna McDaniel, the interview that she gave Kirsten Welker, I didn't pull any audio from it, but to me, she sounds fine as an analyst. She's analyzing from a conservative or Republican standpoint. You theoretically need people from both sides of the aisle. Now, that has kind of gone by the wayside these days for the most part on some of the networks. But I think that, again, the self-importance of Chuck Todd was worth me playing the audio. And the thing about Donna Brazile is, and every time I see Donna Brazile, I think, why in the world does ABC have Donna Brazile as one of their legal analysts? Because you want to talk about credibility issues, and I understand it's ABC for Donna Brazile, it's NBC for Ronna McDaniel. But when it comes to Donna Brazile, I mean, a woman who helped Hillary Clinton cheat, yet everybody's worried about Ronna McDaniel's credibility. To me, it just seems rather silly. Anyway, it is 8:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I wanted to share this story with you because I think it's a great story. The headline is, meet the 11 rappers who are supporting Donald Trump in 2024. I love this. This is from Breitbart. When you think of rap music, they say you don't often think of enthusiastic support for Republican politicians, but you can never underestimate, they say, former President Donald Trump and his ability to defy expectations. That is absolutely right. I mean, if you want to talk about uniting the country, I think it's been a combination of Joe Biden and his many, many missteps, and of course, Donald Trump doing so well. They say in 2020, President Joe Biden received support from rap stars like Cardi B and Snoop Dogg, but both celebrities have now distanced themselves from the unpopular incumbent as he and Trump head towards a rematch. More and more recording artists are going negative on Biden, including 50 Cent, Meek Mill, I don't know who that is, Ice Cube, and a surprising number, they say, of their peers are openly endorsing former President Donald Trump as he campaigns for a second term in office. Now, some folks in the media, they may not necessarily want to talk about this all that much, but the reality is that Donald Trump is doing far better this time with the black community, for one, than Joe Biden is. But see, this goes beyond that. I mean, Joe Biden is missing out on the Hispanic vote, the black vote, of course, you name the demographic. Joe Biden is having a problem. But I noticed that the media, they're not really paying a lot of attention, or they're choosing not to report all of these 11 rappers who have now decided that they are supporting Donald Trump. I've got the names, and I'm not afraid to use them. Sexy Red, who I've never heard of. Just go with me here, friends, because I've never heard of most of these folks. Kodak Black, defended Donald Trump in April of 2023 after the former president was charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. Waka Flocka Flame. Azalea Banks. Chief Keef.
This is my favorite segment this morning.
Betty the Butcher. I probably should have thought about this a little bit more. I saw the headline.
No, it's an interesting story to look into, but
Lil Pump?
Yeah.
It's not little. It's Lil.
Lil.
Let's see. Bad Man Kivo. These are all rappers that now support Donald Trump. Oh, Jeezy. Have you ever heard of, is it Peezy? Is that Pezzy or Peasy?
It'd probably be Peasy.
Peasy? All right.
That's the first one I haven't heard of.
I will tell you that this is the first time in a long time I've actually had segment regret because I don't know how to say most of these names and I don't know who any of them are. Snoop Dogg was out there, though, saying that he was supportive of Trump now, or at least he was not. Did Snoop Dogg come out and actually say that he was supporting Donald Trump? I can't remember now.
I don't either. It's probably
you know what it is when I need the authority on Snoop Dogg. You know who I go to?
Who's your go-to?
Jay Harper.
No, I thought you were going to say Martha Stewart.
No. Oh.
You know how they're like connected, so to speak.
Yeah, they're both pretty close.
Yeah.
What are you guys saying?
No, they had their own TV show together, I believe.
I thought you were saying that they were like more than friends.
Oh.
Which I'm pretty certain that's not the case.
I don't think so.
No. You guys got anything else?
No, I think that's it.
I think we're done. Jay Harper, what's coming up in the news?
Okay. Well, on a very serious note, classes have been canceled for a Nashville private school this morning due to concerns over a threat that's being taken seriously. We'll fill you in on that. U.S. officials claim they had warned Russia weeks ago of a potential terror attack. We'll have that story. That's all coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, very good. Thank you, Jay. At 8:25, Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask because some insurance companies, they simply will not pay full replacement cost. They'll deduct money for an older roof, and this means that the insurance company will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim, and that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they are going to pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. So call them, especially we got those high winds coming tonight, 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121. Get your royal review at tkinginsurance.com.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
829 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I didn't realize that Fox News had hired Donna Brazile. That shows you how often I watch Fox News. But you know what? To me, if you're upset with, talking about the fact that Ronna McDaniel was hired by NBC, if you're upset with that, well, then what do you say about Donna Brazile and George Stephanopoulos and all of these other political figures also acting as analysts? So that's bottom line for me and George Stephanopoulos. At least to me, as you know, I have a absolute hatred for George Stephanopoulos, but he is the absolute example of somebody pretending to be a journalist when in reality they are political activists pretending to be, legit news hosts. Anyway, it is 8:30 on WTN. My Patriot Supply. Listen, you see all the insanity in the world today, and I feel more worried than ever about not only the direction of our country, but our society as a whole than ever before. So as patriots and those of us who don't depend on our government to take care of us, we need to be self-sufficient. We need My Patriot Supply emergency food. Now, since 2008, My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for a very uncertain future. And they can help you just like they're helping me. And right now, they've got a great deal going on for listeners to my show. You get $200 off each and every food kit when you go to preparewithmandis.com. That's where you're going to find a vast array of emergency food kit options, great food and drink varieties, so nobody is going to starve or get bored with the variety. And remember, right now, a great deal. Each food kit is $200 off right now if you go to preparewithmandis.com. That's preparewithmandis.com.
Good morning. It's 8:31. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Clouds, wind, and 57 degrees. A full forecast and a traffic report are on the way. Channel 4 this morning reporting that Christ Presbyterian Academy has canceled their classes this morning after receiving a troubling message that threatened school safety. That's what school officials reportedly said in an email to parents. The email stated in part, yesterday, that would be Sunday, March 24th, we received a message from an individual who used disconcerting language towards the safety of our campus. That, in addition to adjacent online activity, has given us cause for concern. The school said it has filed a report to the Metro Nashville Police Department, and they are investigating. People are especially cautious given the fact that Wednesday marks 1 year since the Covenant school shooting. This is a developing story, of course. With many in Moscow still reeling from Friday's violent terror attack on a concert hall that killed at least 137 people, U.S. officials claim this morning that they tried to warn the Russians of a possible targeted attack weeks ago. Here's ABC's Martha Raddatz with more.
Russian President Vladimir Putin claiming without evidence that the men were headed to Ukraine. He never mentioned ISIS-K despite its claim of responsibility. The U.S. confirming the attack was carried out by the Islamic extremists as well. White House officials saying they had warned the Russians of an imminent risk of an ISIS-K attack just 2 weeks ago.
The market numbers report this morning brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They can be found online at beaconcm.com. The market numbers, the Dow down 60, the S&P 500 down 15, NASDAQ down 89. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
8:33 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Mark Spain Real Estate. They're helping homeowners sell their homes fast and for maximum profit. Now, if you're ready to take advantage of this red-hot real estate market, my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate are the most trusted and experienced real estate team in America. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can skip the hassle of a traditional home sale and receive the strongest cash offer in the industry. There's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. It is just that simple. Their guaranteed offer allows you to sell your home in as little as 21 days and move on to your next chapter. With nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, you can trust Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home stress-free and for the most money. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. That phone number is 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing. 8:39, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Want to welcome on into the program Matthew Hurt, of course, our grassroots political analyst. And Matthew, always great to have you on the program. So let's talk a little bit about what is going on politically. First of all, were you surprised in the news today, apparently, and this has been going on since Friday, Marco Rubio is apparently, some are saying, breathlessly, going to be the VP, the running mate for Donald Trump?
We've talked about this on the program before, and Donald Trump needs someone who complements his style. This is the first I've heard of Marco Rubio in the short list, but it's not surprising. It brings somebody in from Florida, somebody with foreign policy that is sort of complementary, a little bit different than Donald Trump's, but also someone who can navigate the swamp. So this is one of a number of folks. I still think Donald Trump is going to surprise us with his selection, and we may not know until the convention in July in Milwaukee.
Do you think, because I floated this earlier and the folks listening to the show, not real happy with Marco Rubio because they feel like he is, number one, people are going to, and I don't like the phrase rhino, but people say he's a rhino. He was part of the original Gang of Eight on illegal immigration, and they feel like he is part of the swamp and part of the establishment Republicans. And so I don't know, do you think, you pay closer attention to this stuff than I do, do you think he fits all of those slurs, if you will, political slurs?
I do think that Marco Rubio is not in the America First mold of Republicans that we have seen come to the fore since Donald Trump started running for president back in 2015. We've seen a larger number of MAGA or America First Republicans who have run for office, some of whom have gotten elected to Congress and U.S. Senate. J.D. Vance is sort of in that space in Ohio. Yep. Matt Gaetz sort of is a congressman on the House side. So Marco Rubio isn't part of that, and he actually ran in the primary against Donald Trump in 2016. And as you may recall, Donald Trump called him Little Hands Marco. And so it is interesting to go back to the well of Republican senators, Republican politicians who he may select and pick somebody from the 2016 cycle. And I think, as we've talked about on this show, strong supporters of Donald Trump may bristle at the selection of Marco Rubio. But I ultimately think that most of them will stick with Donald Trump as we head into the general election against Joe Biden.
Now, everybody's going to scream about, well, they're both from Florida. They both have residence in Florida, so you can't have them both on the same ticket. But it's just, it's like Bush and Cheney way back when. It's like, okay, so Trump would just change his residency back to New York if he needed to. Do you see that as a big issue?
It is something that we talk about, and like you said, Dick Cheney did change his residency, I believe, back to Wyoming.
Yes.
At the time of the 2000 election, and so it is a small hurdle. It's not significant, but it is something that that voters will discuss and consider as they make their decision in the general election.
Just to remind folks how nasty it got between Marco Rubio and Donald Trump.
He's always calling me Little Marco. And I'll admit, the guy, he's taller than me. He's like 6'2", which is why I don't understand why his hands are the size of someone who's 5'2". Have you seen his hands? And you know what they say about men with small hands? You can't trust them.
He said I had small hands. Actually, I'm 6'3", not 6'2", but he said I had small hands. They're not small, are they? I never heard that one before. I've always had people say, Donald, you have the most beautiful hands.
That is so Trump. Donald, you have the most beautiful hands. Anyway, so if they do end up on the same ticket, if Trump ultimately does decide that Rubio is his guy, I think that is a testament to both Donald Trump and Marco Rubio because they were able to overcome their differences. But isn't Marco Rubio, he's kind of emblematic of a lot of people within the Republican Party who couldn't stand Donald Trump until the president proved himself during the 4 years that he was in office.
This may be the move that brings a big number of the Nikki Haley people back into the Republican Party. If I had to align Rubio with a former presidential candidate from this cycle, it would be Nikki Haley. Similar in their outlook on foreign policy, similar in how they're perceived as as insiders. And I think that would shore up some of the concern that those voters have. It's again, definitely would be a surprising pick, but it's not surprising for Donald Trump. He's got a bravado, he's got a style, and he is going into this general election with the desire to defeat Joe Biden and stop what's going on in Washington. And he may have to pull a surprise like a Marco Rubio.
Matthew Hurt, grassroots political analyst, is joining us here on WTN. Lara Trump. Now, I meant to ask you this the last time you were on, and we just had so many things to talk about. But I'm hearing and seeing and watching these articles and people and watching interviews and reading articles and so forth. And they're talking about how the Republican Party, the official Republican Party, the apparatus is just, it's in shambles. And it's very highly controversial because she is now the chairwoman of the Republican National Committee. People are saying, obviously, nepotism and all of these other things. But, you know, if you're a Trump supporter, I can't imagine that this is something that bothers you. That's number one. And number two, well, clearly the Republican Party likes what Donald Trump has to offer. So you tell me from your vantage point, because I don't really socialize with, you know, within the circles of the Republican Party, how big of a deal is this?
You know, I think that this is significant in the fact that Lara Trump has a unique set of skills that aren't necessarily political. She comes from a background of someone who can engage in the fundraising aspect. She's very involved in charitable and community efforts as she grew up, and a little bit on the messaging side. So I think that this is it's a unique opportunity. People can talk about nepotism. You know, President Reagan had a family member as RNC co-chairman, I believe, in the early 80s. Even the senator from Tennessee uses family members on the campaign side, and you want to do that because you put people in the roles that you can trust. And I think this is ultimately a good move. And I think that on the fundraising side, it'll play out very well. On the management side, it looks like she's taking on an increased role in the day-to-day operation of the RNC based on the articles I've seen and the people I've spoken with. And I think that is probably a good place for her, straddling the line on fundraising, a little bit on messaging, and some on management of an organization that will employ hundreds of people this year across the country to get out the vote, to drive a message, and to raise money to elect, ultimately, her father-in-law, Donald Trump.
And I don't, you know, it's interesting because if you're a Trump supporter, you are, I believe, loyal to Trump because you know what he can do. So even if he picks a Marco Rubio as a running mate, that doesn't mean that Trump supporters will abandon him. I think there's more of an upside, perhaps, if we're just going to analyze this from X's and O's. There is an upside to bringing on a Marco Rubio because you're right, that could bring some of the more moderate Republicans over to his side of the aisle. Speaking of which, we were talking about this earlier with Ronna McDaniel and how she has now been hired over there at NBC. I don't know if you were listening, but the hyperventilating of all of these, media members, the chattering class at McDaniel being hired as an analyst, a political analyst for NBC. I think they're reporting that you got all these reporters that are uncomfortable with this. But, you know, Donna Brazile, and I mentioned this before, she was over at Fox News, ABC as well. You got George Stephanopoulos, of course, famously going from the Clintons to a host on Good Morning America. So you look at, this is not something that is unprecedented by any stretch of the imagination. I mentioned John Brennan, for the love of Pete. This is a guy who had his... You know, he was knee-deep in the crap of the dirty dossier, and in the meantime, he's on the various networks commenting about Donald Trump and this supposed collusion with Russia.
Chuck Todd is way out of line. I heard the clip in the last segment. Chuck Todd is this is the hair on fire style of the Beltway media. Everybody who comes on to ABC, NBC, CBS as a pundit or a political observer is paid by someone. Frequently, these folks are paid by the network. Sometimes they're paid by parties or campaigns. But everybody understands that, and they provide insight. Ronna McDaniel's insight as chairman of the RNC for a number of years is cannot be discounted. I saw more disdain among the grassroots conservatives and particularly America First Republicans that she had taken this role. Not a big surprise that she'd sold out to a major network. But this is something that it's not a surprise. You do want people who have insight into the way the process works, and Ronna McDaniel has that insight. And for Chuck Todd and others on the program to freak out about this, it is a gross double standard that only applies to Republicans, and in particular Ronna McDaniel, because of her role over the years in her support for Donald Trump as chairman.
And it's interesting, too, because you're right. She has been supportive of Donald Trump, yet the American First folks out there don't like the fact that she is now going to be on as a commentator. But it seems to me like, whether or not you agree or disagree with the job that she did as the RNC chair, fact of the matter is that she is eloquent and tough enough to make the argument that America First policies are the way to go. Would you say that even today she is still an ally of Donald Trump?
I think that, she will go on television and defend the Republican Party and defend Republican principles and even defend Donald Trump. I don't believe we will see her turn out like Michael Steele, another former RNC chairman who MSNBC drags out to drag Republicans from time to time. I do think that she is a Republican through and through, regardless of what kind of Republican, and we will see her articulate Republican principles on national television, and ultimately that's a good thing for Republicans.
Yeah, that's Michael Steele. You've got George Conway, some of these other folks that are out there that purport to be Republicans, yet they're constantly brought onto the networks to bash the Republican Party, and namely Donald Trump, and I think that they've realized that that's almost like a specialty now. It's their little niche where, if you're George Conway or if you're Michael Steele and you are supposedly a Republican or claiming to be a Republican, but all you do is bash the Republican Party, they've realized that they can get a lot of earned media, if you will. And so I think for me, I think Ronna McDaniel, I think she's going to do fine, and we'll have to see if how it all plays out. Very quickly, Matthew Hurt, because we are running out of time, but talk about very quickly the Learn Right Summit. I cannot wait for this coming up in April.
It's coming up on April 19th and 20th there in Nashville, the Learn Right Summit with Leadership Institute, basically a nationwide network of conservatives who want to save public education, those who are considering running for school board, those who are on the school board, and concerned moms and dads across the country will be there in Nashville. We've got Congressman Byron Donalds, Riley Gaines, and many others, and it is open to especially all of your listeners, and I'll be down there that weekend to MC the program. We're very excited about it. You can find it at leadershipinstitute.org.
All right. Thank you very much, and we'll talk to you again soon. Matthew Hurt here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And coming up is the news with Jay Harper. Jay, what's coming up?
Well, no movement yet, Dan, on whether former President Trump is going to be securing that multi-million-dollar bond in New York. We'll hear from a reporter who's on the scene in Manhattan. And in light of those high-profile problems with Boeing aircraft, they're looking at a management shakeup. I've got that and more coming up at the top of the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Jay. At 8:54, I've been telling you about Stoltz Co. and their incredible pole barns for years now. You can put these pole barns pretty much anywhere, and they can function as anything. Now, go to their website. It is stoltzco.com, and take a look for yourself at the amazing construction. Now, you can build one for your vehicles. You can build one for your horses. You can build one as an event space. If you have enough land, you can even build a pole barn, and you can live in it. We call them barn dominiums. But the bottom line is Stoltz Co. They are among the elite in pole barn construction here in Middle Tennessee. So check them out online or at their Instagram and Facebook accounts, or simply call them for an estimate. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. You will not be disappointed. 615-622-5992. 615-622-5992. For Stoltz Co., you can find them online, stoltzco.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.